it's Cinnamon Cooney, your art Sherpa, live today, bringing you the Raphaelite painting by Dioxazine. Wow, you're like, what kind of day is this going to be? Just to give you an idea, this is what we're painting today. We're painting this beautiful piece.
Ooh.
I can't, it's so big I can't tell if I have it in camera.
Yeah, we can barely see it.
Huh?
We can barely see it.
Really?
Yeah.
You want to put the, well, you can put the other one up. So we're going to be painting that today. In the description are some important links for you to help you. There's the materials list. I need to correct a couple things on the materials list. We won't be using unbleached titanium or zinc. That was a mistake on my end. And we will be using Naples Yellow. So those will be corrected after the live event. So this will make no sense into perpetuity. But for those of you who are here live, that's very important information. We do have a traceable, and that's how we got the image on canvas. Thanks to Chuck Carson, the animated pencil. Mm-hmm. And I also put that up on Facebook in its little segments. So you could do the tapey thing to transfer. I didn't show what I needed to show with that.
Oh, what didn't you show?
The back that I had charcoaled. Oh. Let me just get it.
You grab it.
I was going to grab it. Well, no, it flew away.
Oh, okay. Ha!
Apparently it's aerodynamic. I'm back.
Okay, you're back.
This is the worst ever. Oh my goodness. So you can see how I took some charcoal and I put that on the back, and then you can put this on the canvas, and then you trace this in.
Yeah.
Right? And I gave you guys some good places to take the just full traceable to do that with, and you can also just freehand this in. This is definitely going to be an interesting experience. We're going to call this a 3-hoot, but that's a loose interpretation of the hoot system. And why would I bring such a challenging painting to you guys? It's because understanding how this painting breaks down, or any of the great landscapes or master paintings, helps you understand how all paintings are built. Mm-hmm. This is really about the construction of a painting. So first hour is going to be blocking it in. Second hour is going to be defining it out. And third hour is going to be refining what we've got. Mm-hmm. Right? So that's how we're going to get through this piece. You could put 20 hours into this piece. Description.
Oh, yeah.
2 links. There's a link to the traceable. The finished image is also with it right now at this minute. So that will get you to the finished image so you can print that out and look at that. I've also given you the Wikipedia reference for the painting, for the original painting. And I'm going to be looking at that as well as my study of it this whole class. I recommend that you do too. Mm-hmm. I hope you took my meaning and got a snack.
Yeah, and I've got over here for you just in case we need it, so you can look on your screen. So there's the picture that you're actually going to be doing today.
Yeah. So that's about the level we're going to take this to today. So this is going to be good for you to understand the background, middle ground, foreground concept in painting construction, and a little bit of layering, glazing. We're going to cover a little bit of skin tone. All things you guys have been hot to do, and I think this is just a great Valentine's Day painting. This is part of a collaboration with Angela Anderson, who is doing The Kiss right now on her channel. Linked into my iCard, you can go there and see that anytime. And also in the description, a link to her channel and her video. So she's doing a step-by-step of Clint's The Kiss.
Oh, yeah.
Today. She's been at that since noon. Mm-hmm. And we're starting this on. We're going to be at this for a little while.
Hers is very goldeny. I was looking at it. It's very reflective and shiny. I liked it. Makes me think of tapestries in the...
So this is acrylic paint, acrylic brushes, 16 by 20, pre-gessoed canvas, water. Other word tool I'm going to be using today is palette wetting spray. I'm going to talk about the benefits of this and the negatives as we go.
Cool.
We have wishes.
We do. I have lots of wishes here. But we're kind of limited on time, so we're gonna just grab a few of these wishes today.
All right, and I'm gonna put them in some places where you have. I hope our light keepers can catch the wishes that we miss.
Yes, thank you for all of our moderators and light keepers out there. We really appreciate you guys here, and we've got like 250 people here with us today. So I just thank every one of you for coming and joining us. So, but real quick, Cinnamon, I know that we have a wish for strength and love to surround Maria, who's lost a family member. And we'd like to send lots of love to all people who have lost loved ones here. So,
I have that in strength and love to Maria. I'm sorry for your loss.
And for Glenn.
This painting from me, to me, I dedicate this painting to Glenn.
Yeah. Thank you, Glenn, for helping us understand what we're doing this for.
So Glenn, this is your painting.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully you see it.
Yeah, we appreciate it. And we have a lot of people wishing you for good health. And
oh, that's why I'm a little bit breathy today. I've got kind of a respiratory thing going on, and I'm feeling it.
so we're gonna wish for happiness, and we're gonna wish for health for everyone
Health,
today.
health for everyone.
That any of the little flu bugs that are going around, we're
For
gonna wish,
everyone.
Yeah.
The world is just well today.
And especially our little Sherpa over there, so we can get her back on the mend.
Whew. It's gonna be a breathy day. People are like, "Why are you so breathy?"
So there's an outpouring here of wonderful wishes here, just saying how much they've worked. Kelly was just saying her dad completed her chemo this work, and he came back with a clean scan. So, love to your dad, Kelly, and we really appreciate everybody out there.
We really do. Put wishes into your canvas. If you see a wish that speaks to you, definitely put it in there. And I have one last wish for anyone who's trapped in anger. And we talked about this in our group. Who's lost or feeling hurt and is hurting back. I want to just wish you to return to your happiest, best self. Mm-hmm. So if you're ever lost in anger, for you to return to your happiest, best self. Because that can be really hard. We can get lost in anger. That is something that we've seen in our own lives, among our own friends, and we certainly have seen out in the world. I'm sure all of us have been touched by that. And it's just, anger is one of those things. It's a wonderful tool when you own it, but sometimes it owns you. Mm-hmm. So I just wish everyone to just return to their best self. Yes, best self.
Well, I have to say that they've got me cracking up out here in the audience today. There's a whole lot of shenanigans afoot. And there's 280 Sherpettes out here, all full of shenanigans today.
Yeah, you pay attention because it's a day.
It's a day.
It's a day. So I'm going to be painting. Wait, John, you know what you moved far away?
Why did I move far away?
My bucket of brushes.
Oh, I did. I'll go get it.
You're like, you get no bucket of brushes. The obligatory lipstick. Because when the lipstick is on, the art party's going on. No, it needs to go there. I'll just put them there. Yeah, so the bucket of Simply Simmons that I've been painting with lately. I want you to know my mom also... No, I took all the brushes out of that, so I don't need that anymore. My mom's also a big fan of Simply Simmons. She's really been enjoying them as well. I've cracked a couple, but they're holding up. And we all know how hard I am on brushes. So here we've got this painting. I'm going to put this one up here so we can look at this and just understand what we're going to be doing.
Yeah. Oh, you know what?
In painting, we have background... We have middle ground, and we have foreground. And whenever you're laying in a photograph or you're reproducing a painting, you need to identify where these spaces within the painting exist. Because that's how you figure out how to do your layers. And so when you're taking on a challenging painting, that's the first thing to do. So even when you're trying to decide how to sketch these in, when we're deciding what to do about the traceable, you've got this little run of back mountains. You've got this little mountain coming down here. This little run of trees coming up here. This little pond. This little hill's got to come down. The horse, believe it or not, is sort of our middle ground coming back. It's extreme foreshortening that Dickacy did here, which tripped me out. Then we've got this little tree object here in the foreground, which includes the night and the floral work. Mm-hmm. So that's what I had to do when I'm breaking down this painting. I painted this painting before, never so quickly.
Yeah.
This is the first time I have speed painted Dickacy or any of the Raphaelites. So that was a new thing. So when I sketched that in, that's what I did. I used the traceable to get the objects in. Unless your figurist drawing skills are incredibly on point, I would really recommend the traceable.
Yeah.
Because this is some interesting positioning. And as it was, I was relying on John's sense of armor and structure. He'll be talking about that as I do this to make sure that I have the armor lines correct. And the horse was the only thing that I was even familiar with, for this piece. So I'm going to start out with Goldilocks. I'm going to find my Goldilocks. Where's Goldilocks?
In there somewhere.
She's in there somewhere.
That camera's so dark. I'm going to go turn it up in a minute.
I feel like I put her somewhere, and I don't know. There she is. Which camera's dark? This one?
That one. That main camera.
All right, and while you get it on this camera while you're fixing it, because I want to talk about the palette colors. So I have Phthalo Blue, Dioxazine Purple, Cad Red Medium, Cad Yellow Medium, yellow ochre, sometimes called yellow oxide. This is the surprise color. This is Naples Yellow, also known as nickel yellow. Yes, it comes in a student grade. You can lighten this up a whole bunch to flub it and add a titch of a blue to green it up. But if you can just get this soft color, that helps you. I did this for the skin tones. This is actually in the skin tone formulas. This is Sap Green. Now, Hooker's Green, and I'm not being funny, it's Hooker's Green, or Forest Green would work here. What you want is a deep olivey green that's going to help you get those forest colors. Ultramarine Blue, which looks pretty much on the palette like the same as Phthalo, but it is very different when you mix it. Burnt Umber, Burnt Sienna, Titanium White Heavy Body, and then I also have Mars Black in a fluid and Titanium White in a fluid. So it's like maybe the most robust palette we've done. And because the lights in here are incredibly bright, I'm going to mist the sucker. So this misting spray keeps my paint from drying out and then allows me to really moisten it without losing the pigment or the polymer connection on my paint. The issue with the misting spray is it clogs up super, super easy. And then you got to soak it in nail polish to fix it.
Huh.
Yeah, kind of a pain. So, our background. We are going to come over and pull a little of our... Oh, I got too much water in my brush.
Did you?
Yeah, it happens. Wasn't paying attention. So I might dampen my brush to warm it up, but I don't want it sopping. And there it was a little bit sopping, so I'm pulling that out. So I pulled this out. Interestingly enough, I'm going to take a little bit of Dioxazine Purple. I don't know if you can see that on there. It's just tipped, and I'm going to gray my yellow. Right? If you were in the color class, what else could we call graying my yellow?
Yeah.
Toning it, right?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was reading comments.
So I'm adding a little white to this, and this is the basis of my sky color that I'm going to be putting. I don't know.
Yeah. I think I got some of the white balance back on that camera.
Did you?
Man, that's a tough camera to work with.
I'm going to be putting this back here. This sky is a play of the grayed yellows, right? It's a play of the grayed yellows.
Now, you've already traced this in order to save time today, yeah?
Yeah, I had to.
And if anybody has any questions about tracing, they can go over and check out the big quest, yeah?
The big quest transfer tracing it on the canvas video is all about that.
So there's a whole training video just in case you need help with that on how to do it, yeah?
Yeah.
And is that linked in the
that did not get linked, but should have been.
We'll add that in the description
but
below.
It's in the Big Art Quest. It's in the Big Art Quest playlist.
So if you're here
and
with
it's also pretty recent. So if you were just to search through the videos, the tracing one is there. So you can see I've got this little layer here, right? Because I'm blocking in. Now I've divided. I took my mountain down here, right, and then I've got this sort of butte. I'm going to use my watercolor pencil here. Right? So I need to get my butte in, and my butte was, interestingly enough, purple.
Oh, yeah.
But I want to gray that purple. I do. So I'm going to take a little of my yellow oxide over my Dioxazine Purple, and I'm going to gray it out a little bit, because this is a far away butte. It's far away. Was that funny?
No, what's funny is that they're joking about whether or not there's going to be a potty break for you today, and
oh Lord, I don't know.
They're just being rather funny.
This is one of those things that I'm sharing with you because maybe not today, but someday you're ready for this.
Yeah.
And that's important to know. You seeing me, maybe you paint along with me and you experiment with this, right? Maybe you do, and you experiment with this. Maybe you just observe how it's being...
You just wandered right off the canvas, and I was talking to Luna, and I didn't know.
I have?
I was on the close-up camera, and she came over to whisper in my ear, so sorry, folks.
All right, I'm back on there. So see this sort of grayed out little butte that I'm putting in here? This is blocking in. We're blocking in this canvas. We're creating, this is a very bright scum. I need to knock that back. I don't usually paint under the weather, so this is going to be interesting for all of us.
So, can you use Frisket over paint?
Can I use Frisket over paint? Yes.
So, like if you painted a painting and then you wanted to put some Frisket down over that acrylic to
I don't know for the acrylic that'll work because it's designed for watercolor or washes. And acrylic paint is very thick, so the Frisket might not come up. I've not experimented with that, and I would read the website to be sure.
But you pretty much you can Frisket over watercolor for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can Frisket over watercolor pen or water-based media. All right, so I put that far off object. Far off.
Far off. It's
far
all
off. Things that are farther away are not as vibrant, not as bright, and are often grayed out. Just a little something that you can do. So I'm going to take a little of this Sap Green over to my yellow oxide. And I'm going to gray it with a little of the burnt sienna. Needs to be greener than what I've got here, though. Okay.
There's some children up there.
My daughter is babysitting. It's not really her skill set, but she's good-natured and she does it.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we heard you, sweetie. So I've got this grayed out far away hill happening here. And so we're just putting that in. So these are the layers. This is the way that we're building up the world that our two lovers exist in. Now on the traceable, I would highly recommend that you just pay attention to the structural lines. Chuck loves to make them where they're good coloring pages as well. So it gives you a lot of detail, like every leaf, all the barding on the horse, a lot of the detail on the knight. But just pay attention to the outside outlines, right? Just the top of the hill, not all the detail on the hill, just the top of the trees, not all the detail on the trees. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to get a little of my burnt umber. Burnt umber is a lot like burnt sienna, shockingly. And to darken this even more and deepen it, I'm going to add a little phthalo blue, and that's going to give me a very deep, deep, deep color. And I'm going to come here and I'm going to make these dark little trees. I'm still working this bright and I'm dabbing this brush, right? I'm going to be adding highlights and lowlights and all kinds of things. This is the underpainting. Now, if I was just freehanding this, probably I wouldn't even trace these objects in. I would just freehand them in, and I would have done a burnt umber wash over the whole canvas. But that would have been really hard to teach from there. That's really just a workshop only. And I'm hoping that some of you, hopefully I'm going to explain this in a way that some of you are going to be able to do this painting. Just putting this in here. This nice dark space in the dark, dark wood. Hopefully this is okay. You know, hopefully everyone is seeing this.
And everybody in the channel is really excited. We have a lot of viewers with us here. We got like 277 hanging out with us right now. So
really, that's awesome. So I would love to know how this is working for them in the way that we're explaining it. Is this helpful? What are they feeling like they need? Because this is kind of a not on YouTube sort of event in general. We're breaking some ground here.
So could you talk about who the Raphaelites are?
Yes.
So that people can understand what a pre-Raphaelite is?
Well, The Pre-Raphaelites, the Raphaelites, was a group of artists during the Romantic period that, as things were becoming maybe a little more risque and maybe a little wilder, maybe a little more industrialized, wanted to return to a noble sense of thinking. So in poetry, in writing, that's why it's actually a whole movement. It was a group of artists that decided that art and poetry and writing is this thing and not this thing. And whenever a group of them go, it's this, but not this, then it's a movement. If it's just one person saying I'm doing it this way, then it's a style. So this group got together and they said it's this, and let's return back to these high ideals of painting, these high ideals of romanticism. And let's depict these great scenes, and let's tell epic stories, and let's share epic scenes. And the paintings are, for their time, quite large and very involved and lush and dramatic.
That helps quite a bit, I think.
Does it?
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite, that's my favorite time in art. It's funny, the paintings, many of these paintings depict medieval legends, but you would have never seen a painting done like this in medieval times.
Right.
It's so crazy. And sometimes people think that they are medieval paintings because their narratives are often from those types of storylines. I may have to switch to a smaller brush for around her hand.
Yeah, this photo is actually, this painting is actually of a man. The gentleman in armor there is wearing armor from about 1450 to 1490.
Is he?
Yeah, which is the Maximilian period of armor.
Well, then you have to think that Dickacy would have had to have done quite a lot of research at that. He would have had to have looked at that suit of armor and done studies and sketches. Probably he had a friend somewhere that either had a set or was at a museum where set was being kept.
Yeah.
And then he would have been allowed to come in and do pencil sketches and studies. It's unlikely that anyone at his time could have fit the armor, correct?
Well, no, they probably could have. I mean, it was, certainly people got taller as time went on, but a lot of times people find Maximilian armor to be what they consider a man in shining armor, a knight in shining armor, because that's the height of jousting. And it was the height of armor making. It was the height of all the Renaissance, the Romanticism. I mean, jousting was like NASCAR and Super Bowl and World Soccer Cup all rolled into one, and that still doesn't pale.
I think you said something to me very interesting. You were talking about what it was like when a tournament came to an area.
Oh, yeah.
Why it was such a big deal for people. Can you... I'm trying to paint in this little green area. I want to make sure that my negative spaces here are paid attention to, and so that I realize this area around her hands, I need to make sure that I've got some green showing through. So wasn't it like, for people they'd never seen the colors, the music, any of it? Yeah,
so the tournaments at the time were a really amazing thing because they were a party, they were a show, they were an amazing festival and a merchanting opportunity, all sort of rolled into one. And when these tournaments would go on, they would be amazing parties that would, where an entire city would be set up for a joust to happen. And
how long could they go on?
Well, sometimes they would be very short for days, and sometimes they would last weeks. And I believe that there were some that lasted months, and even there's accounts of them going on into a year. And that's a little. I don't want to speak out of turn, but these were during that time period. There were fountains that flowed with wine.
That was the roses, wasn't it?
Yeah,
the Tournament of the Roses.
Mm-hmm. And, there were amazing tents and pavilions that were all made of exotic fabrics and things brought from all over the world to demonstrate, to sort of illustrate the prowess of the fighters that were there. And it was just colors and tapestries and scents and smells that came from all over the world. And, people just didn't have the experience of seeing that. So... when a tournament...
Pretty special.
Yeah, it was extremely special.
I'm going to pull some white here and get back into this yellow. And I'm going to pull it down into my pond.
So Lisa was saying it was the field of gold that had the wine fountain. Yeah, she's right. And yeah, so it's and you know, so armor's a really interesting thing. I kind of get into it. So
a neat thing we can do while this yellow is here, because we're trying to say that this is water, we're going to pull a little of this green. Can you see how I've just tipped my brush with it?
yeah.
The white isn't even off. And I'm going to pull straight down.
You want to see if you can get your close-up on that a little
Yeah.
bit? There we go. A little bit.
All right, I'm just pulling straight down.
Okay.
This is how I'm creating this edge here. See? Isn't that nice?
That looks
There's
really
our water.
Good. Yeah.
Just laid in. I'm going to come back over here. I know this is quite a lot to take in, but this is how you build the painting.
It is. It's a lot of layers.
It's a lot. This is a lot of layers. So I'm going to just take some yellow oxide and some of this green. So see how this hill is just a little brighter than the hill behind it. Just a shade. But then it creates what we like to call in painting atmospheric perspective. Because again, this is a flat canvas. There's no three-dimensional objects. We're just lying about everything that's going on here. Or maybe we're telling the truth. It's kind of the debate in art, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So I am getting this in. And so the idea of this is I'm blocking in these objects, and then I can come back and refine and define them. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I go around his hand, I'm definitely going to use a smaller brush. And I may paint out my horse's tail because I know where it is, and I'll put it back in over the green. So we don't think this was too much or a crazy idea.
No, I think everybody. I mean, like, so there are people who are tracing it in right now. They're asking questions, technical questions in chat while I'm trying to.
Oh, or do I need to answer them?
Sure. I was so.
You got them if you got them. You've been here for a minute.
Well, I was just trying to make sure that some of them, like some of the questions, like tracing questions, we have an entire video on that, so that that can help out. And
and there's a lot of videos on the transferring of images.
Yeah.
The other reason I like to transfer on the raw canvas is that I can use transfer paper.
Mm-hmm.
If I transfer on raw gessoed canvas, I can use transfer paper very easily, and it's quite responsive to delicate detail.
Now, if
it's painted, then it won't go on.
Now, if you're you're using carbon paper and you're transferring it, and the canvas is all real dirty, what about using a Sharpie to make those lines stand out?
No.
No?
No, those are going to bleed through. The Sharpie going to bleed through the paint.
Yeah.
You only want to use a Sharpie if you're intentionally trying to create really defined lines.
So it'd be better just to use your pencil.
So what I like to do when I use transfer paper is I transfer in my object and I have my very light lines, and then I go back with a charcoal pencil, a watercolor pencil, and I sketch it in looking at the piece.
Ah, yeah. That makes sense.
Right? I don't just trust my transfer to work it out for me. I still go back and look at what's there.
Yeah.
Like this hand's going to still need a bunch of attention paid to it. Just is.
Mm-hmm.
Because this stuff is crazy. Hands be crazy hard. Hands be crazy hard.
Hands are crazy.
Hands are crazy hard.
And Angela, Angela's here. She said hello.
Hi, Angela. Did you get done?
I've seen her chatting here a little bit, so I'm going to have to jump over and find out if she's done or if she's still broadcasting and chatting with us.
She's broadcasting and chatting.
Multitasking.
Then we can officially say that Miss Angela has won. She did a beautiful job. By the way, I just loved how she did her skin tones. I was actually thinking, wow, I wish I'd done it that way here.
Now, the original painting was not an acrylic, right?
Oh my goodness, no. Acrylics didn't even exist.
So this is...
I'm sure he would have painted it in acrylic had it been an option. But he didn't have that option, so he was stuck with oils. Poor baby.
So you're painting this obviously in a different process than they would have then.
Yeah.
because you're using.
He would have done an Umber study. He would have done several studies. So how he would have done this is he would have had models, and then he would have found locations, and he would have studied light. And there's probably for this painting sketches and color studies that went on for months leading up to it.
Mm-hmm.
This is because there's no Kinko's, right? There's no Google.
Yeah.
This is about him really preparing for this moment, this painting. These materials are expensive. The whole process of getting the costuming, think about that, because he has to like look at fabric. He has to look at hair. He has to have models and inspiration. There's a whole bunch going on here for him that has to happen so he can create this. Now, very likely something like this would be commissioned by somebody, right? Because the expense of creating it is so extraordinary, and the time involved, and the studies. So this is like he painted sections, he observed sections, and then he thought about how he was going to create this element and this element, and then he put it all together, and it was probably sketched in, bigger piece, and then done a tonal study like we talked about in a grisaille.
Oh yeah,
right?
that's right.
He probably got it in grisaille, and then he probably glazed and glazed and glazed and glazed and glazed for days. He glazed for days.
Glazed for days.
We are going to be so rude and disrespectful and do it in about 3-4 hours. But you know what? That's okay, because that's what students absolutely all throughout Europe. Today, if you go into a museum, if those of you who have traveled, I'm sure can confirm, there are always students in the museum painting paintings that they're looking at. Because these guys solve problems that you'll never be faced with.
Huh.
They just did. They resolved concepts and ideas and perspectives and did it in a way you're never going to be contended with. So to go back and repaint a master's painting allows you to learn very important things about art.
Now, I was just trying to look it up. Do you know what size the original painting was?
I do not have that memorized, no.
I mean, like, I couldn't even find it. I was like, trying to Google it.
That should be on the Wikipedia. It's on our link.
I will check that out, see if it's on there. Huh.
I did a famous Raphaelite painting for your mom by Lord Wheaton.
Oh, yeah, that one's really cool. Flaming June.
I did Flaming June for your mom. John's always trying to get me to do Flaming June on the show.
Well, I just think it's because it's a really cool orangey painting.
It's a cool painting.
And, you did it, and it was cool. So I thought,
it is a cool painting.
If you're going to throw down with some masters, you may as well go back to some of the,
I love doing the Raphaelites. I do. It's time-consuming, and there's a lot more expected on the student, but the result is just worth it. So look, we have that green in right there.
Mm-hmm.
The other places we can put that green is in all our negative spaces along here. And when I say negative spaces, I mean the horse, this object, exists in the positive space. This is a heavy-weighted object we're highly aware of in the night. But all the background greenery, believe it or not, for the purposes of this painting, are the negative spaces. This is how people in modernist movements begin to look at space and go, well, maybe I can paint just the negative spaces.
Yeah.
Right? Because somebody was painting along this going, what's really interesting to me here is all this green. What's happening here? This is crazy.
Well,
let's study that.
It looks like the original one was 54 by 74.
Okay, yeah, really imagine that for a minute.
That's good size painting.
Yes, because these are epic. This is the first epic. These guys threw down. I'm going to turn this on the side, not to mess with y'all. I just want to. Sometimes when you're painting the edge or towards the bottom of your canvas, you need to move it so you're not cramped down at the bottom, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Just pulling this in. What's funny?
So we've got a lot of people from all over the world joining us today, from Spain, from Europe, from the Netherlands, from Holland, from
Wow.
England. and France, and it was just everyone was asking for a shout out, and then someone finally just said, "You should just shout out to all of Europe." Made me chuckle.
Just shout out all of Europe. All of Europe. Netherlands, France, Spain, Sweden, Holland.
Yeah.
And then all of Europe.
I remember, I think there's a Swedish, I think it's in Sweden, there's a there's a school where you just holler out the window and then you can hear all the other people holler back. I can't remember where I remember seeing something like that.
You got to travel. I've traveled, but you've got to travel even more than I have. I could just travel the world painting. I could just travel the world painting and bring all of the Sherpas and artists with me.
Well, that's I think what we're trying
That's
to
what
work
I'd
on.
like to do.
We're going to start on getting together a U.S. We're going to go Disney to Disney and back to Disney. And then we're going to fly over to Europe, and we're going to start at Disney, and we'll drive across to Europe, and then drive back to Disney.
Take everybody with us.
Yeah. Maybe we could get a caravan going.
So what's interesting to me about this painting when I was painting it, John, and it was interesting to me the first time, it's still interesting to me again, is the sheer weight of this horse.
Oh, yeah.
This is a big animal.
Yeah.
This is not the little Arabs I grew up riding.
Well, no, I mean, and when you're...
It's like a tank. So it's literally like this chick has just got herself a little four-legged tank.
Well, those war horses were bred and designed for a whole different thing. They were really aggressive. And they were, they would even bite people. They were that aggressive. And, but a jousting horse, I mean, even a trained jousting horse, I mean, I remember on the ones that I was able to use, they would come across the lane to try to bite the other horse on the way by.
Yeah.
They were just that aggressive. So, they're big. I mean, gosh.
Big. This is a big boy.
Yeah, they're not draft horses, but...
No, but he's solid.
Yeah, they're tanks. They just get
The
solid
Frisians
muscle.
I see now are much slighter in build than this boy. This reminds me more of Diane's horse Checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
Just heavy. Tank. Pure tank.
Yeah.
So, this is what I'm doing. I'm just painting in this green. That's what I get to do right now, is paint in the green.
Oh, Lisa was saying that not all jousting horses are aggressive, and I'm like, oh, that's true. I'm sure.
That's very true. But maybe at the time, it's different.
Yeah, I mean, it's
nowadays we have pets.
Yeah,
Would not be acceptable that somebody stabbed my horse nowadays. That would I would just go off on that.
Yeah, no, I had a real opportunity to get some exposure due to a friend of mine to jousting and how the horses were handled at the time and things like that. And I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, different animal, and I mean, like just growing up horses, one of the things that really blew my mind was the death toll of horses. Like there's the human death toll, but I've heard the death toll of horses for some conflicts really just tripped me out.
Huh.
Because I would just never ever take my horse anywhere that would be that high risk.
Yeah.
No. My pet.
Well, we put armor on the horses.
That's not helpful.
That's why we all play the games together. The horsies love the games.
Well, because it's a game now.
Well,
it's a game now.
ew.
Then it wasn't a game. Then it was all life and deathy.
Well, they didn't know that. They thought it was a game too.
But I think during the times when they were doing the tournaments, there weren't that many conflicts going on. It was like a way of staying ready for conflict.
Right. Yeah. And well, I mean, at one point, the tournaments were a way of practicing, and as you said, training for actual combat. But as it evolved, it became a enlightened sport, if you will. And there were tournaments at the barrier where you fought for points, and how you struck and things like that. So, and at one point they even moved to using wooden swords. So because jousting and the tournaments became so popular, especially in Europe and Germany, that cities would have loner armor for people to be able to jump up and start jousting. I mean, it's kind of crazy, but it happened. So
I'm going to pause in a second and take like a litmus test of where everybody is, answer any questions related to the painting. Because the questions in this live event might be questions that people on the replay are having, right? Just in case. I'm just trying to get this coat of green on here. and somewhat the right value. So you can see how this little hill is coming off the mid nose here and wandering off the canvas. Right? So we're just kind of pulling this down, and then I've got to do this space here while I am doing a darker shade of green than this in this space. Does anybody have any questions about how we're laying this in? I'm going to pull a little red over to this. Little burnt sienna.
It's funny. There's a lot of people who are really interested in, Lisa was a jousting squire.
Was she?
Yeah.
Oh, so she's SCA too?
Well, there's a lot of groups. SCA actually only has a very limited jousting.
That's true. There's that big one at the Ren Fair.
Yeah, there's a couple other really great jousting troops and some live steel.
So today only seems like it's about painting.
Yeah.
But really it's about jousting.
And all of our all of the dorks that live deep in the forest with us.
So I grade this color a little bit with some burnt sienna, and then other than that it's the same mixture as this. Right? I'm going to kind of paint out my forelock for just a second. It's going to go back in.
Oh, you don't have your close-up camera on that.
I don't?
Nope.
Okay, let's get my close-up camera on this because that's not helpful. Thank
There
you
you
for
go.
catching that, guys. So hopefully you can see that this is just a slightly different shade. Right? What we're trying for is a different shade than the hill in front of it so we can see these fields. We want to push it back. This is brighter and greener. This is grayer and farther away. So any questions about how this painting is being blocked out at this time? I just want to go over it to make sure everyone can get the painting done.
Mm-hmm.
Is the idea. So just real quick, I'm going to talk about what we blocked out so far, and then we'll get into the next thing. So my furthest object away was my sunset, my sky. Then I put in this gray mountain. It travels along here, and this butte comes down and disappears over here. Then tucked next to it is this little rolling kind of hill that goes behind these trees. The trees sort of come up unevenly. We got to Jackie Chan those. Try to break up patterns. Try not to repeat yourself through here. Make uneven shapes. Comes down here. We've got the lake, which is the reflection on the sky, and then a little pull down. Right? We have this green space that comes down through here and a slightly darker one here, and then we've just got to put a dark brown tree right here. This is very foreground for us. How is that going for everyone?
Going pretty well so far. Everybody seems to be really, really into it. So it's coming together quite nicely.
I'm going to add a little phthalo to the brown here, this burnt umber, to make it as dark as I can without adding black. We will be adding some black in some mixes in the painting, but as little as possible. And I may move this because it's a problem to do on that far down edge.
Yeah.
I'm just going to paint this in. Are we good on questions?
Everyone seems to think you're doing a great job of explaining
I appreciate it. I just want to know how you guys are.
Yeah, that's what they said. They said you're doing a great job of explaining it. Thank you very much.
All
You're
right.
doing awesome.
So we're just pulling this along here. This is exactly the process I use to paint a photograph. Really, there's just no difference. Especially if it's like one, you haven't painted it before and you're trying to figure out how to do it. I just look for those things. It's my number one answer when you guys write me is I find the background, the middle ground, and the foreground.
People are loving your little hat there.
Well, thank you. So I've got to get her and him in now. Whew, I don't know how we're doing on our hour.
Doing pretty good.
Really? I hate to say this. I need this microwave like 20
Okay.
seconds. And I need the coffee, too, to get through. Stun hands. No palette? That's okay. I'm going to just talk to everybody about what they're seeing here. So back here, background. This is part of background, maybe middle ground. This is going to be through color and the layering of the objects. The way I imply that this object is in front of this object. This object is in front of this object. This object is in front of this object, which is actually in front of this object. Lets me say this is my background space. But then I'm now putting these objects are layered to show their relationship to each other, right? So by positioning him in front of her, we're talking about how he's in front of her. I know it seems like a silly thing, but a lot of times as artists, we forget to layer objects over each other. Thank you. Oh. Okay. I just didn't know he was going to be there. And he's green and he blends in. He's like, she's purple. I don't know how to do purple. He's like, he likes the hat. He doesn't like purple. He likes the hat. Like, he's looking at the hat like, I could do the hat. You could take him closer to the hat. Because he feels like the hat is a color he can do. He's like, yep, I can do that. This is Blendy. This is our new family member that John snuck up on me with. Blendy's like, dude, why am I on this hat? He's so pretty. Look how gorgeous he is. Isn't he just the best green? Think about how you make that green. Isn't that a great green? I just think about that when I'm looking at him. How did I make that great green? He's hanging out. John comes up and I'm like, what's that? Oh, yeah, that's our pet. I don't know. I startle easily. You have to just forgive me. I'm like, talking about it. Oh, my goodness. So I'm going to switch water. John's probably going to be getting...
I'm ready.
Fresh cups of water soon. You can kind of see where I've left one of these in too long and I cracked it.
Dope.
So I'm going to start putting her in.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the easy things that I can put in on her is this hair. And I'm going to get just my darkest brown. Even though she's a redhead, I'm going to get my darkest brown out. I'm going to also just spray this right now. Again, my studio lights are really hot.
Yeah.
So I'm just doing what I can. I could also mist that with a fine mister of water. Micro mister of water. Also works, just to let you know. Let's see if I got to move this camera.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep. Everyone's like, zoom in. Right as
So
the
that's
nausea
what we're
can.
doing. We're just going to put this in. To get her hair to be so vibrant and red, it's going to require that we put this in. All right, just getting that in. That's how I do.
Yeah.
That's how I do. I always think about as a Frank when I say that. Do like a chameleon do. Just... Now I'm going to be putting in, I promise you from doing this last time, I'm going to be putting in her face a couple of times. It's a little bit of work. Right? It's not a completely simple thing. I'm actually holding on to the canvas to hold the easel to hold myself up. That's sad. That's so sad.
So now the brush strokes that you're doing right now, does that matter on the direction? Or are you just getting some...
if I wanted to fussy stroke this, I could. You know how there's fussy cutting and quilting? Yeah. I could put everything down really thinking about the brush stroke. Promise you Dickacy did.
Yeah.
But I can also do this without it, so I'm going to do it without it.
What size brush are you using right now?
I am using a number 4 bright. So right now I'm recommending a number 10... a number 6, a number 4. You could probably do a number 8 if you couldn't get a 6.
Yeah.
And I'm recommending those in both the Filberts and the brights. So I'm really loving brights because they just push my paint around.
Yeah.
Now, Dickacy managed to paint these people open mouth, but he painted them. It's a lot bigger. When you're painting smaller, you cannot get the detail in. You can, but it's just, you're going to need a magnifying loop. And I've noticed that when I'm using my magnifying loop lately, I get like a little seasick. It's really weird. Don't know, it's a new thing. It's a new thing. I might, because this part of the hair is a little lighter than the rest of it, I might pull out some burnt sienna.
Everybody's loving that you got that they have redheads.
Oh, yeah, they're redheads.
Yeah.
The Raphaelites, so they often obsessed on redheads, most commonly. And there were some famously scandalous models of the time.
Well, I'm fond of redheads.
I've noticed.
Although now we have some pink and purple, but that seems to be a trend amongst redheads because there's a bunch of them in the chat saying, you know, redheads like to go pink and purple at some point.
Yeah.
So, I guess it's common.
It's common. It's something we do. It's what we do. All right. Now I'm going to take a little of the blue over to this brown here. Make a really dark color. I'm going to come in and just do his hair real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Just real quick while I'm here.
Ooh, I looked over. There's 292 with us right now.
I'm so excited to see all of you. I hope you're all painting. You're all painting, right? You're all doing it right now. You're painting. You're at home. You're painting.
And they're going to post these up on Facebook and Twitter, on Instagram, and all those places so we can see them. I want to see all of your awesome paintings.
I do actually want to see all the paintings.
Really, it's like, you know, I think it's awesome.
You got some Elvis hair right now. Oh, so weird.
So you want to try closing up, pulling it a little closer on that, just so they can kind of see what you're doing in there.
Oh, well, I was about to go over to the horse.
Oh, okay. We're going over to the horse.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to go right here. He's kind of a hot mess to paint. He took me a little minute.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because the value, he's so dark.
So what are you doing right here?
I am coming around his jawline. I'm trying to block in these values that I've got to put in for him.
Mm-hmm.
And they need to be really dark. And I know they need to be really dark.
Now,
So I've got phthalo blue and burnt. I'm going to actually at some point have to come back with some black, which is like crazy, but it's just what it takes to get him in. And I'm just painting him in. I'm going to come up here. I've marked in his little eye. I'm going to make sure that's really dark right here. And then we've got his little nose. So I'm going to make a little kind of curve line here. Everything below that's going to be really dark. I think about his skull when I'm painting it in.
now, can I
Curve that line, but leave this lighter. Yes, can you what?
Well, I'd like to say a lot of people are really, you know, they're looking at this, and you know, there's some people saying, "Wow, this could be a little too much for me." But
Well, yeah.
I was going to say, I've watched you paint this, and you know, this is a difficult painting. This is a challenging painting, but I tell you what, it's about the layers. And I think that if some of our, you know, if you've painted a 2-hoot painting before,
If you've done the 3 hoots, if you got through the lion, you got through the fox, and you got through the dragon, you're probably ready to take this on.
yeah, it's you know, and I've watched you paint it, and you were able to pull it together. It comes together a lot better, a lot faster than you would think.
It does. I mean, this doesn't seem fast.
No, I mean, you know, it's a long time to paint this painting, but I mean, still, you're taking on a pre-Raphaelite, so.
Yeah, and I'm going to come down just below his nose, but I'm going to leave everything above here just a little bit lighter. So that's how I'm going to get that little shadow in, right? So there we go. Got that. Just. No, and then I'm going to take this sort of up here. Temple. It's so crazy to build in the horse's skull. But then you can see it's kind of in.
Yeah.
It's kind of in. Oh, once I know where that is, I'm going to just wipe this off. And I'm going to get some just brown and a little bit of the burnt sienna. So it's not as bright.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to paint this here, this other tone. I'm blocking in my horse. I'm blocking him in.
And I think that's what a lot of people are trying to understand is you're just blocking in some basic colors.
Okay, so this is a bit like my grisaille. This is a bit like anything else. I'm looking for my grayscale, but I'm telling my grayscale story in values of hues, right? Just different colors on the wheel. But this is like maybe a 7, and that is like maybe, what do you think, a 5?
Yeah. Much lighter.
So that's how I'm blocking it in. And this is maybe even a little too light for the area, and I might have to come back with a darker color. But right now I'm just trying to say that this plane of the face has got a little more light reflecting on it than this plane of the face. It's a very crazy thing. I'm going to come up and tell some ear story here. And come up and tell some ear story here. I'm going to come back along this curve of this neck. And this is where it is. What it is that it's not that people couldn't paint this painting. They just don't know where to even start. And what I'm hoping is, I just grabbed some darker color here, is that by me doing this, it gives you guys like, I don't know, like a roadmap, like a bat signal, something to help you guys find your way through this painting. So this value is just right now a little darker than this value. And it's helping me keep track of what the heck is going on with this horse. And that's what I'm trying to do.
Jane was thinking of taking it on in watercolor.
Jane Font?
I'm sorry, Mona.
Mona. Go, Mona. You can do it.
Yeah.
It would be built very differently in watercolor.
I imagine so, yeah.
Be a very different painting in watercolor.
And if you're worried about taking on some of these, we have the art quests out there that can help you build up some of those understandings.
Yeah. This is, I guess, yeah, this is possible, though.
Yeah, you can totally work up to doing this. And, you know, we really try to help people get that first start here, but we also wanted to show you that you can achieve stuff like this. You know, Cinnamon's really, you know, I think she's amazing at showing how you guys can break these paintings down.
Yeah, and it's always about breaking it down. Right? It's always about breaking it down.
So what are you doing right there?
Getting lost in there. So I'm just trying to make sure I don't lose my head for a second.
Yeah.
I don't want to lose my head. So I'm just making sure this brown, this is a little bluer than this brown, and this is a little deeper. Eventually, this is actually all going to run about the same range, and there's going to be just a little highlight right there. But so I don't lose his head, this is like breadcrumbs for me. I know I need a coat of paint. I know I need a coat of paint.
Yeah.
I know I need to be able to get back here and find this jawline to highlight it. But if I paint this sucker all black,
yeah,
you're going to have no idea what I did. So by doing this, I'm able to come back and find that highlight, and I can deepen this easily later.
Yeah.
I didn't even underestimate that amount of time to block in, did I?
No, you just knocked that right in.
No, I mean, like, are we within time on blocking?
I'll go over and take a look.
Doesn't matter. I'm going to hang in until this is done so that anybody who might possibly want to do this can do this. That's my goal. Let me get a little darker right here.
Yeah, we're at 57 minutes.
Okay.
So I think we're
right.
doing
So I'm running a little slower than I want.
A little slower.
A little slower. So it might be an hour and a half to block it in. Hour and a half to do the details. We'll see. As long as I can handle standing on my feet, you guys have me.
Yeah.
So my darkest leg on him, getting the blue and the brown, is going to be this back leg. I'm going to flip the canvas so it's easier for me to get it in.
Now, did you use a website to enlarge the traceable, or is that just a tool you had?
I use Pixelator to edit mine, but there's a raster website that everyone's been recommending to me from the group, so I shared it on the Facebook page.
Oh, okay.
So people could find it because it actually breaks it up into little squares and does the math and sizing for everybody, they said. And I was like, well, that seems useful if you're trying to do this and you're not really sure how to do it. So I'm going to paint underneath my knee from about here down in this dark color.
I think it's rasterbaiter.net.
That's rasterbaiter.net. That's right. I think it sounded like some other word. I just didn't want to say it. But that's cool.
You didn't want to get it wrong.
I didn't really want to get it wrong. So I'm going to come up with this dark color up the back side of the leg. And on the inside here. Dark. I need to leave a highlight space there, so I don't want to paint it out. All right, don't paint out your highlights.
Yeah.
And again, this is a great chance for, again, if you've done the dragon, you've done the fox, you've done the lions, you've done the winterscape, and it was like, you were like, yeah, that's really kind of working for me. Yeah, you're ready to put yourself here.
Yeah.
And if you haven't done those, you will. These are all skills that build up on other skills. This really is about the journey of being a new painter, and this is still in the new painting category, believe it or not.
Mm.
I know that seems shocking. People are like, this is not for a new painter. This is not for a first day painter. No, but this is definitely for a confident beginner.
Mm-hmm.
Confident beginner. All right. Dark color here. Can we see that? I don't know if we can see that.
Yeah. You just had to adjust that camera a little bit.
Where am I adjusting? Okay, I'm lost in my own canvas.
See, it's because you got it sitting on its side, so it's.
Yeah, I'm lost in my own canvas. But you got to turn it sometimes to maintain control over it.
It's so nice. Everyone says that if you need to take a rest and sit down, that we can resume again later.
Are y'all worn out? Is this
I think
about
they're
y'all
worried
being
about
tired?
you. I think they're worried about you.
I'm okay. I'll get through this.
Sherpa makes it up the hill.
Sherpa makes it up the hill every time. That's Sherpa's job. All right, so we're doing pretty well here.
Well, I also told him that I chained you to your easel so you couldn't leave. So.
You're so funny. As if you could. As if you could do any of that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to grab some just brown. Come up the top of the leg. Still a pretty dark color. I haven't really rinsed out my brush. But again, I'm just blocking. If you have too much paint, wipe off your brush. Just blocking. Blocking, 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 blocking. Blocking, blocking, blocking. And that's what this is all about. Blocking. Not just a word I really, really like to say over and over and over again. Now I'm going to paint out the barding. Because I can. Just because I know where it is and I'm going to put it back in a minute.
Yeah.
And I want this dark, dark color underneath the barding to create the depth of it. Don't paint out his hand. I've done that before. I've been like in such a rush. I'm like, oh wait, I needed that information.
Yeah.
Darn it.
And Lisa's right. We just got to keep blocking this in, right? Just
This
keep on
is
blocking.
literally about blocks and refinement. And blocks and refinement. I mean, there's a reason why there isn't a video on this painting. But now there's a video.
So
Because Crazy Sherpa said, let's make a video
you
of this.
did. You didn't even say, let's do an easy painting. You're like, let's take on.
Well, we have a really easy one Tuesday. We have a brand new, never painted before. Paint with any member of your family. Have fun yourself and just relax a little bit painting on Tuesday. Heck, you don't even have to use acrylic paint. You can go get Crayola watercolors.
Oh, so Lisa was asking, if you lose the hand and you paint it out, how do you reclaim it?
Okay. And I may. So what it is I have references here.
Yeah.
And
Multiple
I'm going to be leaning on my references really heavily. If I paint it out, I better have my reference photo, and I'm going to have to go back and incrementally try to get it back in. Or paint something over it. That's my very favorite thing I think artists do when they lose something that they needed the reference for, the tracing for, and they're not really ready to freehand it back in, but there's nothing they can do. Then all of a sudden you'll see like a bow or a basket or some object.
So it's just interesting.
And I've done it, so don't even be like, there's no shame in that game. There's no shame in that game. It happens to all of us.
So
I have literally stuck bushes in front of a lot of stuff where I was like, I don't know what that is anymore. Bush. And people were like, I love how you painted that bush. Yeah. I'm good at bush.
That was an extra layer.
Yeah, it's an extra layer. So we're going to have to paint the reins back in too. I'm going to see like 2 of these paintings online.
So there's this really interesting question here about tracing. and all the implications around it. And I've noticed
Implications around tracing.
Well, right.
There's implications.
Well, here's what
I've certainly heard some people lose their minds recently on the subject of tracing, but I don't know. I think that's just...
We're not going to get that esoteric.
Okay.
We'll just say that, when you go to trace something, right,
Yeah.
there's a certain level of detail in the tracing that you try to achieve.
Yeah.
And there's also a lot of people are commenting on that they're afraid when they're blocking in the colors that they're going to lose some of that detail.
Yeah.
So
you do.
You do. Now, how do you recover it?
Well, I'm not going to lose this hand. I'm going to be very careful to go around this hand. But I can lose the barding here because it's a straight line. I make a decision what I can lose. So if I put this back out here. Look.
Yeah.
Right? So this is a straight line. This stuff, I can lose this and get it back later.
So you can use the reference.
Yeah.
As you're going to use the reference to fill some of that blocking back in
Yeah.
there. Gotcha.
So I remember what the heck I was doing.
So you're not so much worried if it changes just a little bit.
Yeah, and here's the deal. Mr. Dickacy had references, pages and pages and paintings of references surrounding him when he painted this piece.
Huh.
This hand in this position, her delicate positioning of her hands, these were from studies. He had those studies there. Because, it's not like they could get this horse to stand in this position for like 5 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? So he had to come in and gesture sketch the horse in and the girl in and make notes on lighting and then come back and do watercolor studies.
Mm-hmm. Lots of studies.
Lots of studies. And then another thing painters would do is they had an idea for a painting. They do these studies and then they paint it a couple different ways. And then, right? And then
you had to do the blocking dance.
And then you had to do the blocking dance. And they might paint it a couple times. What's the
It's your blocking dance music. Because we have nothing better to do than blocking dances.
We should all dance.
We should all dance. More dancing should happen.
Woo! When you have a head cold and you dance, you get really winded. Woo! Now I'm puffing in my thing. My mom had this video up on YouTube years ago. It had
Which
like
one?
800,000 views.
Oh, yeah.
For how to stretch a canvas.
I remember.
And it was really helpful. It was like really how to stretch a canvas. And she would get like these comments about like, why are you painting? Because lady, I'm stretching a canvas.
Yeah, it's like just stretching a good canvas.
But I've like, since then I've been like really self-conscious on YouTube. I'm gonna pull a forelock down on this horse. Where am I going? There I am. I'm gonna pull a forelock down on this horse. I'm just gonna get this sort of layered here. Because I know I need it. This horse has a forelock.
A forelock, not a fifth lock?
Not a fifth lock.
Or a third lock?
Not a third lock. There we go. Forelock.
I don't know. That looks like a 5 or a 6 lock to me. That's big.
You know what? Start it. Start it, Mr. Cooney. I'm sick. I'm on my feet. I'm trying to paint Dickacy. Just let's go. I'm ready for you. So that's a little phthalo blue and brown, and I'm just...
Now, if you're having trouble blending, would you use like a slow dry medium or...
Okay, so here's my thing on retarders, and we're going to really look at them later. Retarders are functional, but like everything else in acrylic, they are moisture and heat sensitive, so they work sometimes better in some areas of the world than others. We are going to, like, at some point show how to oil the canvas with palette wetting spray, though.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Here today?
No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. Depends on how tired I get. If I get really tired, yeah, it may be today. Surprise lesson. Palette wetting spray. How to oil a canvas. Because I got to go.
Yeah.
I'm finishing this today, even if no one ever watches it but this crew. Even if it just dies on the vine on YouTube.
You're going to drag this one across.
Like, yes! This is happening. This video was being made.
Yeah.
So see how I just pulled that mane down there?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of in, right? Kind of.
Kind of.
Kind of. All right. A little of your burnt sienna and phthalo blue, please.
Now, someone was just asking.
And we're going to pull this right blanket over here. See, it's a little green.
Oh, yeah. Let me see if I can get a close-up of you. You have to adjust that close-up camera in there.
We're going to be getting her in, and I just want to get that saddle in.
There you go.
So how I keep track of this, like when I got a lot of brown on brown on brown on brown.
Brown on brown.
Brown on brown. There's a lot of brown on brown
in
happening
there.
here. Green on green. These are, sometimes you'll have this, you're like, ugh, so much of this. I just do this. That way I just know what's different. Okay, I got a little away from me, but I can paint it back in. I'm going to paint a gray here.
Yeah.
So now you're like, this is what your ultramarine was for. I'm taking my ultramarine and my burnt umber and a little white. Those of you that paint with Mom are like, I know this! Because this is the basis of like almost all of my mom's grays.
Yep.
Mostly because she just won't go buy Payne's Gray anymore. I don't know why. So we're painting that in.
Audie's giving me giving me trouble.
Is Audie still with us?
Yeah, she's giving me trouble saying that she wants more dance music.
Hey, Audie, you should do like an Audie-style version of this painting for your channel. The Audie version. With your like cute little adorable whimsical girls. I'm going to just, without losing my hands, I'm going to paint a little touch of this gray in here. So I don't want to lose my finger. All right. Goodness gracious. All right. Sippy, sippy.
Sippy, sippy.
Oh, my goodness. I can't believe I'm doing this on live. What was I thinking? Angela, I don't know if you're there. What were we thinking?
Yeah.
We were originally going to paint each other's paintings live, too.
Oh, my gosh. That would just be like...
And I got sick and it got in my
trouble.
ears and my chest. And I was like, I'm going to... Tomorrow, I won't even be able to yell at my children.
Sure you will.
You know how it goes.
Yeah, we can work it out.
You will be my yell translator when I lose my voice.
I'll yell at the kids.
That's what the coffee actually keeps the vocal cords warm.
They do okay on their own. They're all right. They're
Believe it or not, there's a birthday party going on right now too.
Yeah, Spider's birthday is going on right now.
He had a whole other finished birthday, but there was one friend he just really desperately wanted to see. He couldn't see on his birthday, and his mom very generously let him come over.
Mm-hmm.
But she could only come over today during the time we're filming. So there was cake and that was happening all during this.
Yep.
All right. So I'm pulling a little cad yellow, cad red over. And I'm making kind of a little orange here. Like you do. That is not a bad scream. Don't worry about that.
I'll go peek.
My youngest is in this stage where she can really, really belt it out. I'm going to pull a little white over. And we're going to start making this peach of her dress. Get some of these little peach ranges going. All right, I feel pretty good about this. I'm painting the basis of her dress. And block it in. Hey guys, stop murdering each other. It's so not good. They're actually not. They're just playing this really funny game. So I'm going to just paint this in right here with this wonderful peach. This fabulous little peach. Yeah, painting it in. This is the block of that. Right. Oh, it's so hot in here, John.
Sorry about that. It's
so hot. It could just be me. I could just now be running a fever.
I think that you're under some spread lights. This is gonna be awesome. We're gonna get to the end of this, and the Sherpa's just gonna pass out.
Just like,
Live on YouTube. Watch the Sherpa drop.
That gets some views.
That's right. Our views just triple.
Wait. Hour 27. She just goes down.
We get picked up by Fail Army.
And it's so funny because, like, Angela, she's like, you can reschedule. I'm like, I will not reschedule.
We wanted a viral video. This is the way to do it.
I wish this were one, but I don't think this is going to be one.
You remember all those 80s marketing phenomenons where it was like, hold your hand on the car, last person to hands off wins.
Yeah.
All those weird things.
I think I've just gone to that place. Like, on some weird level, I'm there.
But don't let our kid you guys. We actually really love doing this.
I love doing this. That's why I'm here.
Yeah,
I really love it. I've been looking forward to this for like an incredibly long time.
Yep.
And I just really wanted to do it.
Yeah.
She stole my turn. My littlest, she's a handful. It's a nice way of saying it. She's a handful.
She's high-spirited.
She's high-spirited.
Which is a really nice way of saying PITA.
PITA?
Pain in the
other
end.
Okay, wow. Whew. I need a fan. I really do. I bet Angela's like, I told you, take the day. I'm like, no, I paint it. It'll be easy. I can do it. I painted it before. I've done this live on location. Is the movie over? They didn't like the movie?
No, they just decided that screaming at the edge of the door was best.
Oh, I love that. I used to love screaming as a kid, didn't you?
Maybe, I don't know.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
That's sad. That's sad you don't remember.
I wasn't an inside the house screamer, I don't think, though.
No, I think your parents just let you leave the house at a very tender age.
I think they kicked me out of the house at a very tender age. Go play with the wolves. Go outside.
So I'm blocking this out, but you'll notice there's some spaces that I'm leaving not blocked.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a lot about that I need to make a darker tone in there. So I'm just blocking the stuff that I need to block. The ones where I need to have the deep tone underneath right away, I am doing.
Have to get that close-up camera there again.
Okay, happy to. Does this just seem like, is anyone going to go for it? Am I just painting with myself?
Oh, no, there's lots of people asking. So, actually, my RA cat, my raw cat, I'm not sure there's many ways that you could pronounce that, was just asking, could you frisket the hands?
No.
No?
No, because there might be a frisket for acrylic painting, but the frisket is designed to come off paper and water media.
Ah. So you have to make sure you have to find something for acrylic painting on canvas.
Yeah.
Which might just be like to paint it back out
Unless you can find someone who's like solved that problem. Because here's the thing, you gotta realize like there's always artists that just don't care what the manufacturer says at all.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fabulous. It's the best thing ever because they'll use the product in some unexpected way that actually works. And then they solve some problem for you that the manufacturer didn't even know could be solved.
Interesting.
So you want to be like, well, I kind of know this is generally the rule, but there might be an exception if I look hard enough.
Mm.
But if you want to be the person who's figuring out the exception, right?
Yeah. Well, at least Simone is at least one person here. Simone's painting along with you. I imagine.
Yeah, Simone. Thank you, Simone.
I know that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm also going to say, like, IMP Mulcahy, Miss Mulcahy,
Mm-hmm.
she tends to join us and goes full screen.
Does she?
Yeah. So
how is this full screen? Oh my gosh.
Oh no, because like they'll have it at home, and instead of having the window open so they can chat, they just go full screen and then watch it on the big screen because they're painting along and can't be engaged in the chat.
Oh wow.
So,
all right. I'm going to do some shadowing here. I added some Dioxazine Purple to my mix.
Oh, you have to get your close-up camera up
I'm
there.
going to move my close-up camera up.
Yeah. So I know
that's how I'm going to get the shadow on these peaches.
It's harder sometimes to get people to shout out when they're painting along with us.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I so appreciate if you're painting along right now, thank you. Because this is really doable. And people never really know how doable it really, really, really is for them.
Viv is painting along too. She's still in the greens though.
It's okay, Viv.
So
it's all good, Viv.
yeah, so I appreciate when you guys come and comment that you're painting along with us. I know it's tough. Yeah, Linda is full screen too, and man, there's a lot of chat coming by us right now. It's a full house today, and everybody's really having a good time.
I'm so glad. You know, when Angela and I came up with this idea, we were just trying to think of something that would be so different and so fun for you guys. That's like literally where we were coming from. I'm going to come around this here. Give her good pom-poms.
Yeah. And
I'm sorry, it's just a made by mommy craft joke.
So I really appreciate everyone. There's a lot of people out here commenting, but they're throwing this up on the big screens and full screens. And if you've got a Chromecast, that's a great way of getting this up on the big screen really inexpensively.
Yeah.
It's another one of those Google tools, but it streams YouTube onto just about anything with an HDMI port. So,
yay that.
Yeah, they're pretty cool if you haven't gotten one.
All right, I'm going to come over here into this peach. Had just a tint of purple to it. Get this just so I know where that sleeve is. So I added just a tint of purple to the peach just so it was just slightly different than the peach below it.
Lucy says that she runs full screen on her TV but keeps the chat running on her phone or something else so that she can keep in.
Well, that's like a periscoper. She's like crafty.
Yeah, she's got like multi-tech happening.
All right, I'm going to add a little purple to my red. I might even add a little phthalo blue, trying to make a very deep red. I'm going to come across this part of the hindquarters.
Ooh,
What? Do I need to move the camera down?
Probably yes, but there was just a suggestion you could do a paint by numbers, and I was like, maybe.
I would love to. We got to get through the coloring book.
Yeah, that'd be kind of fun to do.
Got to get our app out on the market. Website up also would be good.
Yeah.
The minute those are done, though, I would totally create some paint by numbers pieces based on our paintings.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not this one. This is by Dickacy.
Yeah.
Not this one. But you never know. Maybe partner with the people that, like the museum or whatever.
Oh yeah.
That currently has it on display. However that goes.
So what brush are you playing with right now?
This is that number 2 bright I was recommending.
Same one, huh?
No, I switched to a number. I went a step down from number 4 to number 2. Hardest part of today are these earphones on the ears that are tender.
Oh yeah.
In life.
I'm wondering if we can.
I can't tell if I'm like red in the eyes on there. Woo!
Ears are hurting you?
I'm good. This is actually fun. I mean, I would just be like wet watching TV and be like,
Yeah.
And this is actually fun. And I think this is what I'm doing for Valentine's Day.
Is it?
I'm spending the day with you painting this painting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff.
We got to do kids Sunday.
Oh yeah. We'll still do something fun anyway.
My mom can't watch kids because it's the busiest calendar day of the year for painting parties. So she's like literally in back-to-back painting parties until Monday.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to get some brown and some of that blue again.
Yep.
Make some of that deep dark color that we had going.
And away you go.
And away I go. I go away over here and I'm going to move my thingy. So you can see me I'm just painting in this part here.
Okay. Paint it in.
I'm going to paint it in. Because it needs a coat of paint too. That doesn't mean I'm not going to come back with another color and brown it up or change it up.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to... I gotta literally coat all the hardest part of this whole paint. Well, not the hardest part, but one of the hardest parts of this whole painting is blocking it in.
Hey, I just saw the Ghost Huntress scroll by there, so I wanted to just say thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome care package you sent over. That was awesome. We have all of our happy loot over here stashed behind me.
John has so much fun with that. Thank you guys so much for heart mail.
Especially that box, the magical pear box.
All
awesome.
The boxes, all the stuff. It just all works for me. 'Cause I just even appreciate anyone going to the post office.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to come back and paint a lighter color over these legs and hooves, but I think I want to paint these both in dark just so I know where they are.
Yeah.
Just want to know where they are later. I think I am running a fever, John.
Are you?
Maybe a little bit. Come feel my head.
I will come. Oh, do you need some ibuprofen too?
I know. I took some right before I got on, which is why I'm cool.
If we need to intermission this one,
Nope.
we can.
Nope.
No? All right.
No. I determined a couple days ago that no matter what, I was painting this painting.
No matter what.
It got to that place. I'll tell you that right now. It was a no matter what. This painting's being painted.
It's going up.
It's going up.
We're going to do it.
I'm going to do it.
Luckily,
no one's going to tell me.
You know, I'm going to feel real bad here because one of these days I want to be like too sick to go on. And I'll be like, I'm too sick to push buttons and I can't do it. And Cinema's going to be like, what do you mean? I stood there for 4 hours and painted that Belle Dam Sans Merci.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, okay, fine. I'll push buttons.
Actually, I'll let him take the day. Because, you know, it's harder.
Because you're
on you.
nice.
No, it's just harder on you. They won't let me do something. Something I want to do, I can't do. All right, I'm going to take a little of my Ultramarine Blue and my burnt. I might even grab a little of my Cad Red. Come in here, and I'm making this dark color. Or I'm trying to make this dark color. I'm trying really hard. And I'm going to come paint in the helmet. Uh-oh. That sounded sad. We're hanging in. It's a day. Madhouse. Do any of you have madhouses? I have a madhouse. Not like an angry house, a very happy house. It's just a madhouse, like a circus all the time. We're okay, John. Don't panic. Everybody knows what the deal is. They don't think we're a network. They're clued in. You guys know, don't you? That we're not a real network. You know. I sippy coffee. So nice. Skin tones, I'm going to need fresh water for, so I should have told him before. The skin tones I need fresh water for, so I should have told him before he left the room. But I forgot to tell him before I left the room I need more fresh water. We'll tell him when he gets back. Tissue is behind the painting. Awesome. So we'll talk about this. While John's doing this, we'll talk about what we've done and what we're going to be doing. So we've gotten our backgrounds in. We blocked in our horse. We've used subtle shading differences just to say these areas are darker and these areas will be lighter. Plus we've added a richness of color that we can layer and glaze on. We put in some different tonal differences for this saddle space, but we've painted out the barding, even though we left the barding here. I'm going to put this barding in a little bit later. We've started to put in the metal for the armor, and we started to put in the peach dress and her hair and his hair. We still have to put in the sleeves, this banding, his armor, and then the hands and face. How you guys doing?
Sorry about that.
Well, at least we have one really, really like mini hoot. Should we call this the secret? Is this 5 hoot? What? How many hoots are we going to call this thing?
This is the 11T hoot.
11T hoot painting. It's
11T
still a
hoot.
hoot because we're breaking it down into segments. But, I'm going to need a fresh cup of water.
Okay.
Actually, 2 would be amazing.
You got it.
I'm sorry. Can I pass you the dirty ones? You're so sweet, stunt hands. I love you, stunt hands, so much. You're my favorite stunt hands in the world. I'm making up songs because I'm a little delirious. And apparently I'm doing Woody Woodpecker. So I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm all right. I'm coffeeed up. That's really helpful. And I'm ibuprofened up, and that's really helpful. And I am, over halfway. Or I think we're over halfway. Maybe I'm deluding myself. I love you. Next painting's going to be like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
It'll be in, it'll be out, we'll be done. You guys will be like, woo, good Lord.
But not this one.
No.
All right.
But I'm trying to convince you guys to be brave because I've got something really fun coming up in the future and I want you to try it with me.
Round 2. Fight.
Round 2, fight! Yeah. I think I'm going to block in the armor just to be a
Let's do it.
crazy person.
Let's block that armor in.
Block that armor in.
I think the armor is good to block in.
You think the armor is good to block in?
Yeah. See, everyone thinks I should send you to bed, but I'm not going to let you go to bed. I'm going to keep you here until you finish this painting.
I'm going to finish this painting.
You're going to do it. You're going to finish it.
I am.
I'm going to make you do it.
I am.
See, I'm going to be mean.
Nobody's ever going to silence the art. It's never going to happen. I tell people, I'm National Velvet. Don't even. I'll go.
You're like Seabiscuit.
No, I'm like National Velvet.
Or like National Velvet. I don't know any of the horses. So.
It's not a horse. It's a rider. It's a movie.
Okay,
John.
I don't know anything about horse stuff.
I'm like the man from Snowy River.
There you go. There's some analogy that I don't understand that I'm going to stay out of the way of.
I'm exactly like the man from Snowy River. Right now, you hear the music. Do you hear the theme song music? That's what's being played.
Is it?
Yep.
It's not like something like this? I got this. No? How about... No. This? No, that's not it either. How about this
You're
one?
such a...
I can do that.
No, we can't play the man from Snowy River's theme song music because guess what? We get content ID claimed.
We could just go to Hawaii, though.
Oh, I could just go to Hawaii. Couldn't we just all go to Hawaii? You guys want to go to Hawaii with us? I just want to go to Hawaii. Paint every day in Hawaii. I haven't ever been to Hawaii. I just think that's true. That's how it is. For
Oh,
me.
yeah?
Yeah, I just think it's true. Like, I could just love painting every day in Hawaii.
I think I could, too.
Do you think you could?
You could push some buttons in Hawaii.
Could you? You sure?
I don't think I'd have any problem at all.
Just trying to paint this in with this first tone. The armor is about reflections, and like John was saying, like I've got to nail a couple seams.
Mm-hmm.
And then it feels like armor. So I actually have John here helping me nail my seams.
Yeah, I'll come over and I'll talk about that in a little bit when you're ready for it.
I'm not ready for it. You're very picky about these seams. I'm like, look, he's armored up. You're like, but his armor is shoddily made. You mean everything in A Knight's Tale is not true?
Well,
That's not historically accurate.
it's ish. It's very
Ish.
accurate. Ish.
Ish. In some ways, more accurate because it captured the spirit of what it must have been like for people.
Yeah, I think that's really, if you were to go back and look at it, Knight's Tale really was trying to, in their own artistic way, capture the vibe of what it would be like to go to a joust, but do it in sort of a modern storytelling method. So I really liked the movie. I watched it like about 1 billion times. I think I probably literally watched it 50 times.
So I
'cause
pulled
like it.
more brown into my mix, and that helped me hold my breastplate.
Yeah.
Y'all were wondering what the heck I was doing right there. I'm trying to hold the space of my breastplate. And what John explained to me is I want from this Adam's apple down to this belt buckle to hold this line centered. So that's
Yeah.
why I did that.
Oh,
Yeah?
I'm going to go over here. We don't need that same song rotating again.
We don't need what?
I'm not going to keep the same Hawaii song on rotation.
I heard an angry scream, just so you know. You
Well,
hear
I will check it out.
Follow-up shenanigans. Okay, so I'm coming down here. Now, a lot of this will be lightened up a great deal because the light's reflecting on it. A lot of this will maybe have some low lights put on it, but right now I'm trying to just get this mid-tone of the metal on him
Mm-hmm.
so that when I come and work it, you know. And I wonder how many people are looking at the original painting.
Mm-hmm.
And we won't do these hard ones often, but we got to do them every so often. Every once in a while, we've got to challenge ourselves. And I've noticed, like, for really, really challenging full tutorials, there's just, like, none. Well, if there is one, please share it, because I'm not finding it. Sometimes that's what it is that it's there, but YouTube doesn't show me.
Mm-hmm.
But I went to look to see if there was a bunch of these sort of, like, if you were in a painting class, you would get painting like you would go and paint these types of paintings.
Mm-hmm.
But it just didn't seem like right now there was a lot of that on the YouTube that I could find.
Mm-mm.
So that's why I persevered, and I think that's why Angela persevered, is to give you guys, you know, a unique experience. I don't know if Angela's here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, because you haven't said anything.
Oh, no, I said she was here earlier.
Did you? I'm just hallucinating then. I'm sorry, Angela.
No, she was really earlier on. I think that you're doing a really nice job of blocking in all that armor there.
Trying to. Got a block in around the sword.
So you're using a number 2 Simply Simmons Bright, right?
This is a number 4 right now.
A number 4.
I'm going through this painting on a number 10, 6, 4, and 2.
Now, about how, if you didn't have a number 4 Simply Simmons, can you show us about what size that is?
This is that below a ½ inch bright that we're always talking about.
Okay.
It's not quite a 1/4 inch, but it's smaller than a ½ inch. Almost lost my sword, but I kept it. That's the other reason this is taking a little while to paint, is because I'm painting in these spaces.
So how do you know what color to use as your undercoat or base coat when you know you're going to paint over it?
But some of it's going to be showing through. I'm always thinking about what's the deepest tone that's showing through. That's what I'm looking for, is what is the under... Ooh, grabbed too much. Hallucinating. I'm looking at, you know, the armor of the picture, and I'm like, what's the deep tone coming through?
Gotcha.
What's the underlying color that's shining through? Because color is deep. Color's deep. No. She's not funny. Stop it.
You'll have to adjust your close-up camera there.
Do I? She's not funny. She needs to stop it. That's crazy. I made this a little more brown for the chainmail.
Mm-hmm.
And I still have to block in this. So many blocks.
Well,
And the sword. But once he's blocked in, I'm so happy.
We'll have to say, hi. We've got a bunch of. I know we've had a lot of people with us, but we've had some new people join us.
Really? People are coming in going, what's this?
Well, they just some people who had a chance to paint with us for the first time today, like Savannah.
Oh, hi! It's usually not this hard.
Yeah, she's been real active in here, and I just wanted to have a chance to say hi to some of the new people who were out here. So
I added a lot more brown to this blue, making a very dark, dark, dark color for this back leg. Just if anyone's like, what is she doing? That's what I'm doing.
that's great.
It is?
Yeah, I like it.
You do?
I do.
That's
I
so,
like
you
this
know
stuff.
what, guys? I don't know about you, but it's so encouraging when my husband likes something I'm doing. You're not supposed to care about what other people think. However, it's really nice when they compliment you.
Well, see, I think it's awesome because I get awesome paintings to have hanging around.
You do, and everybody has all kinds of opinions about the fact that you don't sell any of the artwork.
No way. That's for everybody. They get to see them all when we get together at the next big Art Sherpa get together.
The first big, not next big, first big.
The first big Art Sherpa get together.
You're like,
which will be the next. Yeah, it was correct. It just implied more.
it just implied more. There's been none. There's been
none.
one meetup at Texas Art Supply.
See, there's been one.
There's been one.
And there was one at VidCon.
Hmm?
At VidCon, you met up with some fans.
I met up with Donna. That's so true. And it was so nice to meet up with Donna.
Yeah. So we could do more meetups then.
We could. All right. Paint this front leg.
Oh no.
What?
Witzel has to find a charger.
Witzel! We need you.
Plug in.
Your positivity holds us. You have no idea.
Nope, battery just died. I see it. We went from 265 to 264. She's
No
gone.
way. You literally saw Witzel disappear.
She's gone. That's
That's so sad. You will be missed, Witzel. You will be missed.
Oh, maybe she's back. We're back up 250.66.
We
that you
saw
back?
her come. We saw her go. That's so funny. I am really stoked that you guys have come to paint with us today. I'm really stoked that you guys have decided to do this on a romantic weekend.
Yeah, thanks.
I'll tell you
Jess.
what's nice about this. No reservation required.
Nope, none.
You just come and bring your wine and your chocolate and your paints,
Mm-hmm.
and we got you. Nothing is required to be here but your happy, happy smile.
Mm-hmm.
I think I did this one wrong. Whoops, what's that? What did I do there?
It's midnight in Sweden right now.
Oh my goodness. Mona.
She's
Mona.
painting at midnight.
Painting at midnight. That seems like a song, Mona.
It is. I think that I want to talk to the Sherpa team music.
We need
and see
we
if
need
can
all
do
the
that.
musical Sherpa people to write some Sherpa-based music.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're musical,
Yeah. We're doing lots of music stuff right now. So if you are musical, please contact us on Facebook, YouTube,
there's a
Twitter,
really
anywhere.
cool poem. We've got some
Yeah.
poets. We got some poets, so and they know it. We got some poets, and they know it.
And I'm working with Ryan O'Neill, the guy who helped create the original Heart Party song. He's doing some more stuff for us.
Is he?
Yeah. He's
That's
working on
awesome.
stuff right now.
I have mixed some brown and some phthalo because I need some different values here.
Some values.
Yep. I just want to be able to see it. Curving a line down here. I think I sketched this in wrong is what happened. So you guys were asking what happens if you lose it. We're
Uh-oh.
about to find out.
We're going to see what happens when she goes off the grid.
We'll say this should... If this ends up looking like armor at the end, then that's the answer. If it doesn't, John will be like, that's wrong. The line is wrong.
Oh no, Joan's on the Big Island.
Who's on the Big Island?
Joan.
Joan.
Yeah, Joan.
How many rooms you got, Jonah?
Yeah.
You got a Ohana quarters?
is there a sofa out on a porch?
No, I want an Ohana, but she's I in my world, Joan has a big Ohana. Joan's like, oh my God, I just want to paint. I want crashers.
We'll be out on her lanai, painting from the lanai. Sherpa on deck.
Sherpa on deck. Ohana, Joan. Actually, it would be like aloha, mahalo. I got all these words I want to use.
It seems like there's a whole island of people who just are like our vibe, and we should go hang out with them.
I think so.
Oh, except I can't find you on the screen anymore. There you go.
Okay, where am I at?
You're there. You haven't gone anywhere. I just lost you.
Oh, okay. Where am I? All I can see is this painting. That's all that's there. In all defense, Angela was like, you sure? Does that seem like a good idea? If you think you got it, I trust you. You're grown. But she definitely gave me the "you're grown" speech. She did such a beautiful job on the cast. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Such a beautiful job.
So Karen grew up in Hawaii. I'm just watching the chat here. So
She
She
did?
did. Yeah, there's lots of people who had some very interesting experiences back around Hawaii, which I can imagine. Being a romantic time of year, Hawaii is a very romantic place.
Right?
Yeah.
So we think, because we've never
So we
been.
think. You should
We
get
watch a
close-up camera.
lot of movies with Hawaii in it. We'll go on Hawaii movie watching binges or Hawaii property purchasing binges.
You adjust your close-up camera there?
Yeah. Just like, what are y'all watching? Hawaii. No, like, what about? Like, I don't know, Hawaii.
Well, it's funny. We keep getting caught up in weird things about Hawaii, like the Think Tech Hawaii. I ended up stumbling on them and just all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, we literally watch the PBS for Hawaii, which is only useful if you live there, and we watch it.
But it's so good.
It is good.
It's really good community television.
It's super good community television. That's where we got that, smile at a child to protect their sense of the world's wonder.
Yeah.
I was like, that's so cool. Yeah. All right. This might even be too big to do this, but I'm going to get this in. Just need to get some paint on this thing. Just trying. Come on, be with me.
So they like the way that you've been organizing the videos up for them.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, people can tell?
Oh, yeah. There was just a bunch of comments in here.
Oh,
saying
thank
you.
goodness. Yeah. This is going to be put in the 3 hoot, but that's sort of not true.
Mhm.
But we're going to put it over there because that's the category it would be in, even though we all have probably recognized at this point that it may transcend the hoot.
Yeah.
But it's still hootable.
It's
Still hootable.
it's up there in one of those, 11 numbers.
As long as somebody breaks a piece down for you, chances are you're going to be able to do it.
Huh.
The hardest part is just knowing how to break it down. Right?
So Lisa was saying her husband just went to Cork County in Ireland.
Oh, hi.
Yeah. So, and didn't take her with her.
Okay, no. That's not okay. You call him up.
We went to Cork. We've been to Cork.
We have.
Yeah. I got family up there.
We do.
There's lots of coonies floating around in Cork.
And there used to be lots of coils.
Yeah.
And the coils caused trouble and had to leave.
The coonies did too.
That's so true. That's like something our family history has in common. We both had to leave under duress.
They were all troublemakers. Yeah.
Kind of funny when you think about it.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to paint the Hilton now. This dark brown. Oh, my goodness. You know what we're doing, John? We're
Painting.
blocking. We're almost done with blocking.
We're almost done with blocking.
I can't believe it.
And then you're going to be onto some layers.
Yeah, then we got to start layering. Oh,
You're okay. Aren't you?
I think so.
I say that with a question mark.
I'm
You're
more
okay.
worried about where the
Question mark.
kids are at and
Oh,
their
they're good.
tolerances, but I think they're playing and
Yeah,
having
they're
a good
playing.
time.
I just equipped them up with stuff.
Did you know?
Did you know?
Did you know?
So I had to adjust your close-up camera there.
What's for dinner?
Nothing for you until you finish your painting.
Don't feed the Sherpa.
This is the new reality TV show. The Sherpa must paint to be fed.
You know what? You know how like there's people who like exercise for 24 hours?
Is it painting for 24 hours?
I'm okay. Don't worry, guys. You don't have to like watch it. I'm just saying I might do it. Like,
24 hours of painting.
would that be
I
weird?
don't know. It would be delusional at the end of it. Is what it would
It would be. It would be. I'm just like I feel like YouTube would let me upload it.
I don't. They have. I've seen them do like. There's like a 12-hour broadcast of. Oh, that's what it was. The guys from Super Troopers were going to do a crowdfunder, and they did like a 48-hour long live broadcast until they got fully funded for Super Troopers. So
No.
Yeah, there was like some 4 or 5 day broadcast. So I know it's been
No.
huge. Yeah.
A Starbucks open 24 hours a day?
I don't think so.
We'd have to get a cappuccino machine or something.
But there's Starbucks K-Cups.
That's true. They're not as powerful.
No. You just
I'm just
double 'em up.
saying. I'm just saying they're not as powerful. That's all I'm saying. All right. So I mixed a little brown into my yellow oxide. Because this is brassier or gold, whatever you want to say that is. And so that's in. Oh, you know what's not in, though?
Her skin tone.
No, his neck.
Oh, yeah. His neck's not put in either. You should get the close-up camera on him, though.
Yeah, I should. I got to put in his neck. But he's in, and this is the hardest part of the armor is getting him in.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
Yeah, we're close.
Two halfway done.
You're close to halfway.
For everyone who's like, I wonder if anyone is like painted along with Angela and with myself. Listen, on the contest, because of how this day got started and the way it went down, I'm going to announce my winner on the Angelooney and on all the social media.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to randomly draw them. We might even post a little video of me randomly drawing them. After the show, we just couldn't delay anymore to get our little kits together.
Our kits were
Not together.
as together as they were going to get before the button pushing began.
Yeah. It's just a little more challenging today. I find like on days when I'm sick, everything's just a little more challenging. I'm going to mix a little Dioxazine Purple and yellow oxide.
And Angela's still hanging out here with us. I'm so
No
happy.
way,
Oh,
Angela.
yeah.
You're good. You're golden. Oh, sweetie. You've been going all day. I was like during Angela's broadcast, like wrapped up in a nice little blanket, sipping tea. It was very comforting. Just listening to her paint. Waiting for the Tylenol. Well, ibuprofen to kick in. But you know what I mean.
So Moma said that she was painting with Angela until she started this, and then she's going to go back and finish the.
Wow, Mona's like gonna be hanging some paintings. Mona's like, I'm doing it.
I believe it's Moma, M-O-M-A.
MoMA.
Yeah.
Not Mona.
Not our Mona, but a new Moma.
MoMA, you have big shoes to fill. It's okay. You're just painting have fun. You're fine. We're just messing with you. I'm just putting in this collar here. And I know that this dress is going to need. This dress gets a collar.
I think Stephanie is too. I'm going to have to go back and scroll up.
Yeah, she can. She plays art games. Stephanie can handle it. Stephanie's probably more equipped to do this than I am. Stephanie and Mark are equipped. You know what I'm saying, John?
I do.
We're getting there.
They're getting there.
We're going to complete this on air. And that is half the battle. So I'm mixing a little of my Phthalo blue into my Cad red. And that's what I'm going to paint in is the base of this little scarfy area.
Yeah.
Oh, but you want that little lip, don't you, on that helmet? Because it's a what helmet?
It's called a salé. And yeah, so
I'll make sure I leave that little lip there.
yeah, that little lip down at the bottom is real important because there was a sort of tail that came off the back of the helmet that protected the back of your neck, and it was very very iconic of that helmet. So, you know, and all the fluting and things like that on these. That's so it's real easy to talk about the armor with just a few lines if you understand what you're looking at.
Now, is our troop, are they good for painting through?
Man, everybody seems to be really they're in for it.
I'll tell you what, YouTube would not recommend against this journey. It was stronger if they could.
Yeah.
They'd be like, don't be on all day. That's not a good idea. Nobody's going to watch that. Nobody's going to come. What are you saying? It's no good. You're going to paint a horse for 4 hours. You sure?
Horse and a couple people.
Huh?
A horse and a couple people.
Horse and a couple people.
But
There's other things here besides the horse? I'm hallucinating.
Well, you know what's what's I find
Though
so awesome.
YouTube is, I tease them, but they're very supportive. They just think we're crazy.
Yeah. No, but see, what I love about you taking on this painting, right, is that, I don't paint at all. At all. But the dragon painting made me feel like I could paint that dragon. Like, maybe not at once, but like if I started painting, I could get to a place where I could take on that dragon.
Yeah, totally.
And then and this too. I mean, like with all the paintings you've done, I feel like if I got after it, I could paint this painting, not right now, but someday.
Yeah, you could too.
And it's, it's really interesting how you've broken this down and made it very approachable. So
you could absolutely, for sure, paint this painting.
There's that little touch of the brim of steel that pokes out underneath that.
He wanted that, so he got it.
Yep.
When you know the artist, you can make requests. That's what you can do. All right, skin tones.
Skin tones. You had a whole
I'm gonna
thing
drink
on it.
some coffee before I paint the faces.
Yeah. That would be good.
I'm sorry to be a big baby. Can I heat this up like 20 seconds? It's almost gone, but I want it to be toasty. Are you dancing? If all you can move is your fingers. I danced the whole time. I did. Why? We will never know.
Because dancing is dancing.
Because dancing is dancing. Hopefully I've got enough clean CAD here to be able to pull out some skin tones. So the master skin tone recipe is 1 CAD. Oh, I got a skin now. Darn it.
What did you do?
No, it's just the studio lights are drying out.
It's the light's fault.
1 CAD.
It's the light's fault.
It is. 1 CAD, 1 yellow oxide.
No, one more time. What was that?
The master skin tone recipe is 1 CAD, 1 yellow oxide for warm Caucasian skin tones.
Huh, didn't know that.
Yeah. Could probably use a knife to get this off, but I'll just rinse it. So that's the base. And then we lighten it with the nickel azo and titanium white. Now listen, if all you've got is CAD yellow, it works. This is just sort of a basic formula that you work with. We're going to, if you want to tone it down a little bit, there's the tinting right there. That's a tint. So it's just about how we mix these colors in. And then the other tinting toning color that I'm going to be using is this. And by the way, this and this is the highlight color. Just this.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Just saying. So when I'm trying to make my skin tone, I'm going to use a smaller brush.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a little of my master recipe over here. I'm going to add a white to it. And another white. Yeah, it's just master skin tone right there.
Yeah.
I can add a little of this nickel to it to tone it. If you want the skin tone recipes, here's the thing, you're going to know by heart a couple skin tone recipes,
Yeah.
but they're complicated. So I recommend this book. It's cheap, not expensive.
Yeah.
I see it in garage sales all the time.
But it's a great book.
It's a good book. We're working from page 14. these are the colors required for skin tones or Caucasians. It's a lot of colors, isn't it? The green and the blues and all of that is unexpected, right?
Yeah.
Look at these here. Right? As you're painting, you need these recipes.
Yeah.
And so, like, you know, it just goes through. We're working from page 14's recipes is what we're working from. These are the recipes that I just have memorized, but there's a lot. So if you were trying to paint, you know, like we have East Indian skin tones, right? Look at the purple for the cool shadows. Look how warm and orange. Look at the graying color right here. Right?
I'm laughing because everyone's asking, when are we going to take an intermission? When are we taking an intermission? I'm like,
Native American.
oh yeah. There's a lot of them in there.
Yeah. African. Okay.
No,
And there's several ranges.
Show the cover of that book real quick.
This book. By
Go.
the way, it also has eyes and hair. Like,
Cool.
I promise you, how you think blondes should be painted is not how they should be painted. Okay. How you think blondes should be painted isn't how they should be painted. There are more greens in skin tones than you think there should be. There are more purples in skin tones, or more blues in skin tones than you think there should be. And if you haven't painted a skin tone a lot, it can be one of those like mental stumbling blocks, and you'll get skin tones that aren't full of life and glow. Right? Now this we're just kind of getting in some skin tones, and you can mess with the skin tones for a very, 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 very long time on this project. We're going to get the faces basically in and get some highlights and lowlights in, and the hands in, and some highlights and lowlights in. But this is the beginning. Now we're going to have a whole quest on skin tones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and we're going to just talk about that and some of those tricks and things to make something look alive. We are. Whole quest.
Wow. So
I'm going to get a micro mini.
A micro mini.
Micro mini. This is a 0 micro.
You can see it.
It is. It's a 0. Simply Simmons micro mini. And I'm going to use my little brown here, because I want to define my hands and my face before I start to paint it in. This is almost like a cartooning trick here, but it's going to help it not get away from me. I'm going to be looking at my references. Oh, no!
I'll come help you with that.
Yeah, it's cycled out. So I'm painting along her little face here. I don't know. I don't know. I don't mind if you're in it. You just type it in. It's fine. Nobody minds. So I'm going to use a micro mini to hold these fine lines. It's okay. All right. You can add a little blue into this brown color if you want to cool it up and make it really pop. Okay. And that's like just an important thing to do.
Now, how many micro minis are there?
Many, and I like the little package that they sell.
Gotcha.
So I make a sort of little triangle shape for the eye. Okay. A little shadow for the lip there. You know, it's a hard thing. The faces, especially the small. Faces are pretty easy big, but when they're small, they're hard. You're really just painting shadows. All right, that's all you're really actually doing. I'm going to come and make sure that my fingers are sort of lined and defined, so as I paint them in, I don't lose them. I might even use this as my little shadow in here.
So Linda was asking what that light green yellow color is that you have on your canvas there.
This one right here?
But no, on the palette. On your when I go over here and the very far, yeah, that one.
This one here?
Yeah, I'm guessing.
This is not actually green. That's very good eye. This is nickel yellow or Naples Yellow.
Naples Yellow.
Yeah.
And that was, is that in the...
oh, see, I didn't get it washed. Now it's clogged.
Is Naples Yellow in our description?
Clogged.
Oh, I don't see Naples Yellow in the description of...
I know. I remember at the beginning I said that whole thing about there was a mistake with the description. Went on and on about it.
There it is. See?
This is the correct one. I made a mistake in the description.
I'll edit it.
And we'll edit it after. We just made a mistake. Because there's no unbleached and there's no zinc in this either. So, just made a mistake. This is what happened, guys.
So remove the zinc.
No, no zinc white, no unbleached. Add the fluid. Are you doing it right now?
Yeah, we'll do it later.
Okay.
We won't do that live.
Yeah, I can edit that part like right after. I just can't edit thumbnails. And yeah, it's just my goof. Just my goof, guys. So this is just a little trick I'm doing. It's not dissimilar to what you saw Angela doing with a pencil, which I thought was actually pretty clever. Just putting this in. So this is a mix of a little blue and brown. And it will help. And I can't miss my palette. I got to soak that thing again. And so that's my issue with the palette wetting spray, guys, is that it just clogs up in a minute.
Oh, yeah?
Works. Clogs up like every 2 seconds, even if I rinse it out and you know, take care of it. It's just a really frustrating little product.
And we'll add the name of that book in the description below a little later.
Yeah, I just think that's a great book to have. Especially for skin tones. You couldn't practice on a better book.
Where are you at on that close-up camera?
I don't know. I'm kind
adjust
of
that
lost
in
on
there.
this painting for a second, too.
What's that?
I got a little lost on the painting. Like, what am I doing here?
Hands.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do with these hands.
Now, are the minis you're using Creative Mark or Simply Simmons?
Simply Simmons.
Yeah.
So Simply Simmons, Dollar and Rally has several lines of brushes. Angela was talking about one of their lifetime guarantee lines that she paints with.
Oh, yeah?
So the Simply Simmons they're not guaranteed for life.
Right,
and
yeah, I knew
because
that.
I've already broken some. That's cool. Of course, that's really nothing because I just leave my brushes soaking in water.
Yeah.
So.
You are mean to your brushes.
Mean to my brushes. I'm irresponsible. My mother's told me many, many times. Which I've said, so are you. It's where I got it from. So I'm going to come over and work this hand here. Okay, took that line a little far back, but what am I going to do?
So Consuela is having trouble finding the micro minis. So if she's saying that they can't find them at Jerry's online. So
the micro mini Simply Simmons.
perhaps some more community will pop up and say.
I know the brush guys have a pretty big selection, and people have been reporting happiness with them lately.
And Angela Wright just said she bought some at Michael's today.
Okay, there you go.
So,
A lot of companies make these detail brushes, though, for miniature painting.
Yeah, and that's, actually up until we got these Simply Simmons, most of the minis we had were my miniature brushes.
Yeah.
Lisa,
what do you...
I just may as well orient that directly at her.
Lisa, you probably have some. You should use them here. There we go.
Yeah.
Looking pretty sharp. Pretty sharp.
So are you using palette? You're using that palette wetting spray, right?
I was, but now it's broken.
The nozzle's clogged.
Again.
So
My whole
that
issue with the palette wetting spray is that it clogs every couple of seconds. Now I got to do this.
yeah. So Vanessa was just asking, why aren't you using pellet wetting spray? And that's the answer. It's because it needs nozzle clogs.
It just clogs. And I keep rinsing it out, and I keep cleaning it, and it just wants to clog.
I wonder if I put it in one of those industrial spray bottles I have, if that'll work better.
Maybe.
We'll try it. Just
Something's
see.
with it. Something is just not working, I'll tell you that right now. I'm going to use my base skin tone that I mixed, which was, this
I'm interested to see if
and white. You're interested to see what?
Golden's got to have a fluid spray, right?
Yeah, it's hard to get in all the plein air painters use it for oiling and prepping their canvas.
Ah.
Yeah.
Probably it doesn't clog, huh?
Doesn't clog, works really well.
Yeah.
Can't get it. Because it's golden.
Because it's golden. That's what made me think about it. Is like, well, I wonder if golden's clogged. Because if golden's clogs, then it's a problem with that material.
No, it doesn't. I watched another YouTuber. He's a really good plein air painter. And he uses it so he can get out and get his work done. Like you do in the nature.
We give Golden a hard time, but I mean, their stuff always works.
Well, the thing, Golden is like, it's kind of a mixed bag because, they can be kind of proud of themselves.
A high-end European sports car.
It's like a high-end European sports car. Yes, it is.
It comes with a certain level of, when you are that awesome, you can kind of be that awesome.
When you are that awesome, you can kind of be that awesome is completely an accurate assessment of what you're doing. So I'm going to be mixing. Wait, timed out again, John.
It did? I'll come fix it.
Lighter and darker shades of our Master Skin Tone mixture. All right. If you feel that you've gotten the neck or shoulder overdone, just come back with a green and hedge it all in. Just hedge it all back in. And I find I'm having to do lots of hedging on this project.
Sorry about that, Cinnamon.
What?
Your screen kept falling asleep.
Oh, it's fine. Totally okay.
Oh, Vanessa was asking if you had thought about using a wet palette tray, not a spray bottle, but like an actual.
I have my wet palette. For my purposes, my issues are the lights in here just are beyond.
Yeah.
What it is, and I really, really don't like the lack of control I have in the regular wet palettes. I have a storage one that I've got a video about how to make it with a cake tray.
Yeah.
And for storage, I'm all for it.
Yeah. Yeah, and the lights in here really are a lot different than what, you guys are going to be facing at home. Cinnamon's got, close to 30 light fixtures floating over her head.
Yeah, it's just like crazy.
So.
Though if something solved my problem, wow.
Yeah, seriously.
So what I'm doing is I am building out the planes on her face. The highlights, the shadows. Right?
Yep.
And for my purposes, because of the length of this painting being out, at some point I may need to put out fresh paint.
Yep.
Because it's all skinning.
We'll do that in the much anticipated intermission.
Okay.
Everyone's like, we need an intermission. When's Cinnamon going to take one? I was like, well, you guys have pause. You can just hit pause and come back.
Yeah.
I think that what it is, they all want to break at the same time because they don't want to miss anything.
Ah.
So we're doing pretty good, though. We're, let's see, we're an hour and 25 minutes in.
Yeah. See, we're shading in her face.
Coming together really nice.
It's crazy how it does. Because you're like, when is this thing going to come together? All right, I should put out fresh paint because this is aggravating me.
We'll do it.
We'll intervene. We'll intermission.
We're going to intermission?
We're going to intermission. I'm going to put out some fresh
my
paint because my paint's too skinned.
Well,
And then we're going to finish this painting
Well,
up.
I tell you what, while you're here, you can talk to him while you're putting out the new painting, and I'll get the intermission so you can actually have your break.
My break?
Yeah, because you can run to the restroom and have a full break while I'm.
Okay.
Let me pull.
You only
this
gave
in.
me like 3 minutes on that intermission.
Well,
You know that, right?
Well,
It's like the fastest pee in the West. It's like, how quickly can you pee? I know what. Let's see how fast my wife can go. She can go real fast. You get one song.
Well, you know,
This is what you get.
it's what we got.
One song. Yeah.
So you're gonna go through the colors you're putting out there.
I'm putting out the Naples Yellow or Nickel Yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Some yellow ochre, sometimes called yellow oxide.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put out some cad yellow, which I don't really use a whole lot of in this painting, but enough where I needed it. And if you didn't have the nickel, it would be your yellowing agent.
Yeah.
Putting out some cad red medium.
Oh.
Even better for skin tones is cad red light, but I was like, throwing so many new paint colors at you as it is. I was like, you can't just wear them all out.
No, I am a paint newbie,
Mhm.
so cad red light sounds an awfully lot like pink.
Except it's not. The cad reds, the light, dark, and medium is about how warm it is on the color scale. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not.
Yeah.
Pretty sure I'm not. You can use a card or viewer to determine the temperature of your colors.
Mm-hmm.
There is a really good series. There's videos out there on it. We may do one in future
We do
on
lots of
Color
videos.
Wheel. We've got a Color Wheel video coming. So we'll probably use cards or viewers. So we can go, is this a dark, is this a cool blue, or is this a warm blue? Ooh. Because I'll tell you, when you just see ultramarine, so phthalo, sap green, burnt umber,
I have to say those are kind of gemmy.
burnt sienna.
The yellows, reds, blues, greens they're very gemmy.
Are they?
Yeah, they kind of not overly, but I mean like a lot more than what you'd see in some of the palettes you normally work with.
These are what this is phthalo, sweetie.
I know, but with the red and the yellows there, it just
Pops
really,
for you?
Yeah, it's real strong. I don't know.
You're feeling it?
I'm feeling it, man.
You're feeling it?
I'm feeling the colors.
You're feeling it? You feel those colors. You
I do.
feel them good. Sorry, it's getting weird.
Sorry, guys. It's what you get. It's
We've been
not-
saying we need to do like a Sherpa After Dark adult only, a grown-up only episode.
Grab your sippy and flip on the black light. It's Sherpa After Dark.
Sherpa After Dark. Da, 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 da. No. Wait. And the two fluids.
Somebody just agreed with what I said, but I don't know what I said. I was like, I totally agree with John. Oh, wait. What did I say?
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Did you say I'm a genius and you love me forever?
So everybody thinks it's a good idea for the After Dark party. That would be fun. Lots of people are raising their hands to do that. What did you do?
Don't even
What
ask.
did you do?
Don't even ask what happened there.
I looked away and there's a puddle of white in the corner.
Just ignore it. Don't make a puddle of white. Don't do what I do there.
All right, what happened?
Don't even. It's not even important. We're going to take an intermission.
We're gonna take your.
Okay, so what happened there was my tube was clogged, and I squeezed it to fix it because I didn't have my tool.
We can get you a tool.
Well, I mean, now it's unclogged. Somewhere in there is a clot.
All right, so this is a good time for the intermission. So we have kids' parents showing up and all sorts of other things. So I'm going to hit the button here, and I'm going to let us do a little 3-minute intermission, and we will be right back.
Right back.
Does that seem pretty good?
Is Patrick here?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. All right. Bye. Right back.
See you guys.
Bye.
sand blue bay, hand in hand, slept there for days. Light wind grace, eye to eye we parted ways. Meet me under the ocean, save me from surface rejection. Tell me you crave my affection, forever be waves of my ocean. Soft-stepped hard shells, shallow whispers in deep swells. Help me catch my breath, we're getting higher. Imagining your face, you're my desire. Meet me under the ocean, save me from surface rejection. Tell me you crave my affection, forever be waves of my ocean. Take me back to where it all began. Show me myself without the shell. When beauty was enough to save from yourself. Make me under the ocean, save me from surface rejection. Tell me you crave my affection, forever be waves of my ocean.
Wow.
We're back.
What a day. What a day. We won't be doing these a lot.
We did it. We made it back from the break.
Back into the fray.
Back into the fray.
Back into the fray. Oh boy, I gotta make my skin tone again. So master skin tone is 1 cad yellow and 1 yellow oxide.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, no.
Yep.
Cad red medium and
Yeah.
1 yellow oxide.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And I'm gonna actually mix a little bit that's a little stronger in the yellow because this cad is so powerful.
It's a powerful cad.
It's a really powerful cad.
Oh, hey, look, Lindsay just came in.
Lindsay?
Yeah. She tuned in and there was this weird montage going on and she's like, what is going on?
Dude, good idea, bad idea.
I think what I need to do is I need to put a little, like a lower thirds on it so that
It
people
says
know.
the Sherpa is painting until she drops.
That's right, the Sherpa. I'll put a Sherpa intermission on the bottom of it. She's probably like, what is going on?
That's how long I've been here, Lindsay. That's how long it's been going on.
Yeah, they all the Sherpettes require a 3-minute intermission. They were telling me it's time to let the sippy out.
Dude, it's getting to be, right?
Yeah.
It's getting to be. It's getting to be. Getting to be. Don't let that other one go on me. My references are going.
Oh, okay.
Don't let my references go. So I'm going to add this here. Just putting in this face subtly. And then we've got this reflection we're seeing, which is the Naples. We'll put a little on the chin here. May have to go back and refine the chin. Back here, where the sun would be hitting her. And again, a little bit on that forehead. And now I'm going to get my detail back out. And I'm going to go back and refine her face line because I feel like I over pushed the lines outside of where I wanted them to be with my brown. Hopefully I'm still on the... And that's how I handle that. So hopefully you can see that. I'm going to just refine these lines with the background hair color. Look at that. I'm going to straighten out the bridge of that nose. All right. Now again, I'm going to put the little eye in. So I'll put my triangle in. Take that down. Very lightly, I'm going to put an eyebrow in. These eyebrows are on fleek. On fleek.
That's so funny.
Little lid there. Look at that. Just very, like, sometimes less is more.
Yeah, and it really is on this one. It doesn't take much to tell the story.
Well, and again, the smaller the faces are that you're working with, the more that is a trouble for you.
Yeah.
Right? So you've got to be like, okay, you know that you've got very little space. If you're painting a very, very large canvas, working out the detail of the faces becomes a lot easier. But when it's a 16 by 20, there she goes. So she's in. Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, she's done.
She's in. We got her kind of in, so we got a face in. Now we just need hands and his face and all kinds of other nonsense. Goodness gracious.
Got a horse, some barding, tree.
What?
A horse and some barding and some trees.
Oh, you don't even want to know. I'm hiding the truth from you, John. Lindsay, save yourself. You probably have a family to feed. If they tell shit tales of what happened to the Sherpa in the future, you let them know what happened to me. She took on too big a project.
She was lost in the sea of YouTube.
In the sea of YouTube, never to be seen again.
She set out on a 3-hour tour.
This literally was supposed to be a 3-hour tour, but I think it's going to be like closer to a 4-hour tour. I mean, it's not the worst thing anyone ever did. But you know what? It's not editable.
Nope.
Nope. YouTube says no. At a certain length, they said, listen, you can be foolish enough to make a 4-hour video, but you may not edit it in post.
No. So, you know what? They would like you to close up, zoom in a little bit more on her face.
Okay.
Just so they can really... Oh, there you go.
That's all it is.
I mean, once you center it, and then...
I felt like I centered it. Not good enough? All right. All right, there you go.
There we go.
See?
Yeah.
Just... Less is more.
Yeah.
Less is more, guys. Less is more. And while I'm at this, I've got this lovely, lovely color. I'm going to get him in here.
Oh, off the close-up.
I'm off the close-up, really?
Dude. There you go.
We're going to get him all in just
Yeah,
real
that's good.
fast.
That's good.
While we've got this nice skin tone all mixed up.
Just like 311.
What?
All mixed up.
Oh.
Don't know what to do.
You come at me sideways sometimes. I swear you do. I'm just like, how am I going to get through this painting? What was I thinking? Everyone's going to be like, what was she thinking? But for the 10 people that paint it, they will be changed forever.
Yeah. There's a whole bunch of people out here painting. They're painting along with us right now.
They're so brave.
I know,
and you know what? They can do this. The honest truth is this is very doable. This is just work.
Yeah, I think we've got like 10 people painting it along with us now, which I'm like,
really?
Yeah.
And then a gazillion watching.
Yeah.
The longest video on YouTube.
the longest painting process video on YouTube for
No,
sure.
actually, that's Marcello.
Oh,
to be
that's true.
straight up, because he does
He
it for like
does.
4 hours a day for like 6 days.
Yeah. So we'll have
So
to see.
he's
if
totally got me. He wins. Marcello totally win.
we might be consecutive though. Like if we depending on how this one goes, we could break 4 hours. It's not
No,
like
I
I'm
think we're
trying,
going to
but-
resolve it in 4.
Think?
Because I think at some point I'm going to be like, done. It's finished. This is
No
all
more
you-
layers.
This is all you get.
No more layers for you.
You don't get any more.
Oh, Mona's trying to hang in with us too, because it's got to be close to like 1 a.m. for her.
Mona, sweetie, go to bed.
Yeah, it's got to be like 12:50 there right now, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So,
Blocking in today has been a bigger job than usual.
yeah.
What's going to be crazy is how fast it resolves. Like this face, like how fast that resolves.
Yeah, just done.
Face resolved. Blocking in forever. Face resolved really quickly. And that's what trips me out.
What's that?
Is like how fast something like the face can resolve.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's just like, man, I'm never going to be done with this painting. All of a sudden, resolve.
Yep.
And you're like, oh, this is lovely.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if you at home have had that experience where you're like really in a painting and you're really feeling a painting and you're thinking, man, what have I got going on with this painting?
You look around, say to yourself, this is not my beautiful house.
So I'm making a low light here to come along and shadow his jaw.
Oh, wow. That, I mean, just like, that was, why don't you touch on that? Because those 2 lines you just did, he went from, kind of awkward
I'm
Caucasian
not saying he's
guy,
not still awkward.
but to like, boom, like he has a face.
Yeah, we're going to get a face real
See,
fast.
he just became superhero with that jawline.
Hey, let's give Dickacy the credit here because he's the one who said this is where that should be. And then we're going to come here, add that along his little cheek line here. Along the back of the neck, we're going to add a shadow. Because, he would be in shadow, wouldn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And curve that shadow around.
That's really
Just
cool.
kind of chilling out. We're doing that. Now, in his nose, and we're going to be working his nose a bit, there's a shadow here. And then his eye is entirely in shadow, as is this right here.
Ah.
Whoop. Put a little shadow along the hairline. Isn't that nice, that little shadow?
Yeah.
These are nice. They're just so happy. These little shadows are so happy. And then we're going to get some of our highlight color, which is maybe add just a touch of skin tone to it, but we're going to really keep it in the Naples. We'll put it right here. Maybe some right there.
Consuela thinks he looks like Superman. And I was like, I do too. That's what made me, as soon as you drew that little line in, I was like, man, that dude looks like Superman.
Superman!
I wonder, if that was, if
The
this
thing?
painting was an inspiration for some of that, because Superman's drawn in that with that arms open, hovering with the cape.
Yeah. Well, as artists, there's a thing people keep misquoting, which is steal like an artist. Then not, I think, entirely understood, but we can't help but influence each other.
Well, yeah.
There's just no way. That doesn't mean that, you should copy others. This is not my work. This is Dickasy's work. And I'm learning from him. And I may take lessons from him, and they may become part of my paintings. Right?
Mhm.
But I won't make this painting and put my name on it and try to sell it as mine.
Right. Because even with as different as you've done it from Dickasy's original painting, you can still tell it's
You can still tell
yeah,
it's his.
Yeah.
And I'm coming around and curving the air. I'm making the little shadow in the ear. The less you paint in the ear, the better.
Just
Just as
talk-
little as you can get away with.
And you know what? I have to say, after watching you draw in the armor, all of this other stuff makes more sense because the more you just had a conversation about the armor and not actually painted it in,
Yeah.
you just sort of, you said there's some lines here that are important and some lines here that are important, but not all the lines.
Not all the lines. Only tell the part of the story that is important.
It's hard to learn what part is important to tell, though.
Dude, it is. And that's why painting a master work is informative. Because again, they try to not... If you got to stand out there and you've got models and stuff to deal with, you're not going to sit there and keep telling stories that just don't matter.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to come over into this orangier base color, and I'm going to hit this upper lip just a little bit. It's just a tint.
This was the original Man of Steel.
The original Man of Steel. Be bombastic. He's into his chick. And I'm going to hit him with the Naples highlight where the sun is hitting him, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Some little sunlight on him.
Yeah, he needs a little sunlight on him. And then take your detail. Take your detail. And come along this line. This is really the refining part of him. The highlight along this ridge.
Show me his ridge.
All right, there he goes. You got a guy.
That's awesome.
Huh.
There's a sci-fi fan dork part of me that wants to see this painting revisited with Klingons.
Probably be easier to paint as Klingons. That's just my feeling. It's just probably be just a lot easier as a Klingon.
Although being a pre-Raphaelite, it probably would have been a Romulan painting. But,
Yeah.
I digress.
You totally digress. All right.
Although a lot of people seem to agree with me.
Let's give this guy some hands and, we're getting some stuff in here. Let's pull some shadows on these hands.
Because you could totally see the female warrior holding her bat'leth on the ground, reaching up to kiss the gentle male in the saddle.
I feel like we're learning a lot about you today, John.
I just think it's funny because the Klingons.
I just think it's telling. That's all I'm saying to you. I just think it's telling. And we're just gonna keep working the pull and push of this.
A bunch of people are like, what's a Klingon? What's a Romulan?
All right. Come on, dude.
Or you have to pull the close-up camera just a little bit down. So we don't. There we go. Perfect.
All right. Just resolve these hands.
They're coming.
They're happening. We're kind of just being general about them. We're not being like mental about it. We could get mental about this. We could get very specific.
Very.
Very. We could do an hour on hands. Not kidding. Not even exaggerating. We took some steps so we didn't have to, but we could have.
Yeah, I mean, you could easily do an hour on just the skin tones, on just a painting this size.
Yeah. You really could. I have these little loop glasses so I can see better. Pull my little loops out. Now I'm going to grab some of my yellow here, and I'm going to add some to the top of the hands. don't know if you guys can see it, but it creates this little feeling of sunlight on his hand. I'm going to go ahead and dust over here to this one to make sure. I've got a little bit here. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're going to come with that and work her hand just a little.
So, let's see here. I saw a really interesting question come up here. Kel was asking, could she substitute regular craft paints for some of these and give it a try?
Yeah, you can do, you know what? If you're familiar with your media, here's my thing. If you're familiar with your media, you can make anything work.
You have to get your
If
close-up
you've
camera.
got a color chart for it and you really know it and you know what colors you're getting, you could do a beautiful, beautiful painting using craft paints.
You have to get your close-up on that.
Right.
I
So
lost
those
it.
are in as what we're doing about this today. Got some
Those
hands
hands
in.
look really good.
We got some face in. You know, I kind of want to, this white seems real bright to me. I kind of want to tone it back.
And when you're done, we'll ask you to get some close-up of those hands so they can really get an idea how those are coming out. It seems pretty good there, but I'd like to get...
Okay, there we go. That was just really bright. Just needed to take that away from so you can kind of see the hands.
Yeah.
Okay. So now let's get our sky in.
Oh, yeah, that sky looked really cool when you were doing that earlier.
Yeah, now we're going to do it. Now we're going to quick it in the sky. All right, where's Goldie? Come here, Goldie. We got to paint a sky. So we're going to pull a little Dioxazine Purple and gray it, the yellow oxide. All right.
Now, you just got water in that spray bottle of yours, right?
Yeah, now I do. Now I'm going to add maybe, there we go. Pull some sky colors in.
Well, I'm going to say hi to Maria in Australia, who's joining us for the first time.
Hi, Marie in Australia. So you see how this is dispensing on my canvas? I'm not working very hard, but I'm getting a lot done. Does that make sense? Blending this out. Getting the sky in here real fast. Get a little more purple. Maybe a little too much water on my brush there. Gray it out. The trick with these kind of roughed in clouds is that you want to avoid patterns. Yeah? So
What is Goldilocks?
Goldilocks is my number 10 Simply Simmons that my mom left here. Unattended.
So, and if
Unclaimed. In spite her protest.
you hold up the size there and show us about
It's
what
a
size.
number 10 firm filament from Simply Simmons.
Well, and if they don't have that, what would that be an equivalent of? It's about a 1 inch,
It's a 1 inch bright
1 inch bright.
with a really firm filament.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there's people to ask what could they use if they didn't have that.
I'm adding some red and gold to this to give some highlights to this dramatic lover sunset. Pull some white, a lot of white. Work this horizon. Just throwing in the sky like you do.
Yes.
Like you do. Okay. Now I'm going to take a little yellow oxide over my Dioxazine Purple, gray it just out just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to come along here, along this tree line. Just kind of create some drama in these mountains. I'm not painting them all out. This brush is very dry. See, very little, lots happening. I'm going to work this back hill. I'm going to take a little of my sap over to my yellow oxide. Come along this little edge. And just paint some of this in with that. How's that?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yes.
So interesting. So I'm going to take my green and a little of my burnt sienna. Add a little white to it. I'm going to come along these tree lines and just think about these treetops just a little bit because they might have caught some sunlight. My pressure, let's see if we get this really up here. My pressure is very light. I am just letting the tooth of the canvas pick up paint. I'm imagining the sun hitting just the tops of the shapes of the trees. The rest of them are in dramatic shadow. All right, that's all I'm doing. Just trying to quickly sketch in with paint a little story. Grab some just yellow oxide. Just a couple spots here. Just that. Dry brush. Just telling the story of these distant plants. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Just that. Just that. Now I'm going to get my yellow oxide and maybe tint it with a little burnt sienna and a smidge of the sap green. And I'm going to come down this hill. Maybe just put some light on that part of the hill and don't paint all the hill this light color. That won't make any sense. Come back maybe with some just the green here. Sap green. It needs a little brown to it. I'm going to take some of the burnt umber so it wouldn't be that bright far away. And just make some dark space, scrumble, on this hill. Some shadow. All right. You see the shadow?
Mm-hmm.
Is it working?
I think so.
People feeling it?
I think so.
How I'm making decisions about how I'm doing the shadow, besides looking at the reference photo, is just knowing that the light, that this is a very bumpy hill. Not smooth. Some areas of it will catch light. Some areas will be more in shadow. As I'm getting closer to me, too much water. As I'm pulling the paint closer to me, I'm going to deepen it as I'm going. Coming down this hill. Don't paint out your hand.
Mm-hmm. Just a close-up camera down there just a little bit.
Okay. Don't paint out your hand. This is going to be layered under a lot of foliage.
Yeah.
But it needs to be here. Now the green underneath gives you your lights and darks, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Now the green underneath is telling your story. I'm going to do the same thing through here. Same thing through here. It's okay. Some of this lighter green is showing through. We want those varying tones because it implies things that are happening. We want that experience. I'm going to just dust this here. Now out here I'm going to come back with some lighter patches of color because they would be there. We're just working this in. Let's get a little of our yellow ochre and tint it with our green. Come along this hill here.
Let's get that close-up on there just a little bit.
Okay.
Here we go.
Just tinting it. And let some of it be. Woo!
Seems like
Just-
you've gotten your second brush.
I got my second brush.
It may not be a second wind, but there's some brushing happening.
And I'm just going to take this back here.
I guess as long as we don't break any second winds, we're okay.
I think it's okay for them. It's just rough on you if I do. I think you go down, I'm fine. So see, I put that kind of layer of landscaping in,
Yeah.
right? And that's really all that takes to start, defining that. I might come along this hill a little more. I'm going to paint this forelock back in because I really want to define this hill. Add just a little more of that oxide in there. I may even come along this hill a little bit with that.
Mm-hmm.
Just define that space a little bit. And you can always do that. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Her hair.
She has a lot of hair.
She has a lot of hair.
Has some hair there.
She has some hair. But the good news is it's easy to get in. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come and pray that this hasn't cycled out. And it has. Is it?
Yeah, I'll come get it. Don't worry.
Okay. The darkest shadow of her hair is under that roll. You're right. And I'm not even insulted. You're worried I'd do it. That's what's sad. I'm not even like, John, how could you think I would do it?
As much as I love and trust our audience, I don't think it's a good idea to talk about our passwords live on YouTube with 25,000 of our closest friends watching.
26,000?
26,000 of our closest friends watching.
As we cycle back up today. So many people around the world ready to paint.
Yeah.
So I'm just close to her body. I'm creating this deep shadow. Right? I'm pulling this down, this beautiful deep tone for her hair. Because she has multi-tonal hair. She uses olean. Sorry. That's why he's so smitten.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull some just burnt sienna. I'm going to come up over this part of her hair here and at the top of her head a little bit. And then on this edge here. Can you guys see this? In hair, we're not painting individual strands. We're painting shadows. Hair has form. It's like cloth. So you're painting highlights and lowlights. That's what it is. Look at this hair coming down. So I'm not painting individual strands. I'm painting highlights and lowlights.
Now that's just burnt.
That's just burnt sienna.
Just burnt sienna.
Coming along here. I don't know how long we're going to be here, babe.
Well, luckily, this is on YouTube, and they don't kick us off of it.
I know. You're just not telling me that we're alone and everyone's gone home,
Oh
right?
no, there's It's still full room. We got like 250 people out here all painting along with us. So they're having a great time. So
All right, I'm going to add a little red to my burnt sienna.
I want to say thank you to everybody who's painting along with us. We really do appreciate it. Love you guys hanging out here with us. So
Can I add a little red to that?
I'm going to go refresh and see how many. So we had like 176 likes last time. 288 thumbs up.
Oh, you guys are so nice. Thank you.
Isn't that awesome? So
It
that lets you
really
know
is.
They enjoy it. So you can know.
Oh, thank you. It does help me to know. I've added that little bright pop of red. That bright pop of red. Having a Jimmy Stewart moment. It's a wonderful life. Wait, no, I think I've gone Audrey Hepburn. I don't know what's happening.
You've gone off the reservation.
Always. And so I'm going to pull a little bit of this orange hair that I've mixed along her head roll. And on the top here, a little reflection happening at the top of her hair, coming along this outside edge. Little bits of it might be showing up, reflecting here.
Yeah.
See? Just little bits. And then the sun's coming through, causing her hair to look a little bit like fire, which is maybe why he's stopped.
Yeah.
Secret story, she's not a nice girl.
What?
No. She's evil.
Who?
She leaves him to, like, die.
This girl?
Yes.
Oh, man. You mean
This girl.
The beautiful lady with no mercy
Yeah. Her.
is just going to leave this guy alone?
She's just like, you know what? Medieval times, buddy. I'm not really happy with my rights as a human being. And you can suck it.
She is a redhead.
She is a redhead. So I'm going to take some yellow oxide and just make sure that I've got a little sunlight on her hair and just a little bit at the back here. A couple places here as well. Just the yellow oxide. There you go. She's got a couple little fiery highlights.
That's
Isn't
awesome.
her hair lovely?
I love that hair. That's awesome.
Maybe put some deep ones here. Some sunlight shining through.
She's all like, let me borrow your awesome horse.
I'll just be back in a minute.
I'm just going to run over here and check something out. I'll be right back.
He's like, I know you will. I can feel it. I trust you. You're so pretty. So I'm painting the brown on his hair. All right. Got some brown in there, and I'm going to get some just burnt sienna. Put some sunlight on his hair. Oh, look at his nice hair. He's got a beautiful head of hair there. Look at him. That's all I had to do to do hair. I love it. Sometimes I love that. That's all I got to do hair. Is that. Take a little of your yellow oxide and a little of your titanium white and come along the top of her sleeve and very lightly pull down on a dry brush. Because that's shiny. That's how we're going to say shiny.
Shiny.
In really quick terms. Shiny in a few seconds. There you go. So that's what's happening on those sleeves. And you're going to mix up some white into your cad red. We're going to come along the top of the sleeve and in almost a lyrical fashion drop the beginnings of some fabric highlights. Some highlights. Just got a little highlight here. Pull it down. Come along here, pull it down. Pull it up here. This is very, very flowy. It's flowy what she's wearing. She's wearing is flowy. Can you feel the flow? Feel it? Feel it? He wants you to feel it. He wants you to know that this gown is, this is like the Vera Wang of her day, man. Girlfriend is wearing some couture. She's on fleek. Got eyebrows on fleek. I don't know what's up with me today. I'm going to come here with some dark peach. You like, honey? Thank you. I love you. This hat? Oh, thank you. And then I'm going to bring some of this dry brushed so that the purple shows through. Peach color here and a little bit here. But I still want my purple in there because I want that shadow to really show. And look at the fabric folds happening. Does it just freak you out? I think it's so fun. I think it's so fun. Oh, I love this part of the painting. So now we're into the good stuff. Now we're into the good stuff. Now we're telling the fun stuff, right? And then we're going to tell that story down here. It's going to flow. Lots of little highlights just dancing down here. Can you guys see them?
Yeah.
Are they seeing them?
I think so.
Are they seeing? I don't. You know what's weird? Like on my monitor, it's not as multi-dimensional and tonal as it is for me live.
Well, and it also has to do with the angle of the screen and.
Can they see it?
Yeah, you can really see it. It.
They see that? Yeah. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure they see it. Just want to make sure that they see how fun this is to put in. All right, now the next fun thing that you're going to get to do, because that was so fun, is get this out in your titanium white. And dust this level of highlight in there. Couple of places. Look at that. And that's all that takes. Girl, are you just blown away? Probably not. You're probably like, you probably now realize how long it's going to take to get done, and you're like, oh no. So we're going to make a nice highlight for the saddle. And this is one of the few times I'm going to use my black and make a dark color. I'm going to come along the outline of my saddle with my bright. Work that, work that, work that, work that. And underneath here, darken that up. I'm going to grab some just burnt sienna and just lightly dust that over this high end here. Look at that. Just dust that burnt sienna right there. How you liking that? Grab a
Looking great.
Grabbing a little black, getting that little blue black again. I'm going to make sure that I've got a nice shadow under the hand. Scrambling up. A little form, a little shading. There we go.
Looking good. I like how the dress has all those the highlights in it. It really makes it look super cool.
It's just a whole thing. And again, I'm good. If you're good, I'm good. But it's a thing. We're still in it. Are you guys good?
I think everyone's hanging in.
You're hanging in. I'm hanging in.
Like, we're all still here.
I bet they feel like they have to. Like, man, she's sick.
We've come this far. We must complete.
They're probably like, we gotta stay, man. I'd like to go. Mona's probably like, please, lady, just finish this painting. Let's just call it done. I'm gonna make this soft light gray. I'm gonna add a little brown to it, but it's just a very light gray. And just real quick, I'm gonna come dry brush on the outside of the tree some bark.
There it goes.
Could have done this with a palette knife too. We're just trying to say there's a highlight here that I'll be covering later.
Yeah.
That I'll be covering up totally later. Totally later. All right, horse.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, horse.
The horse.
The horse.
The horse.
The horse is a horse. Of course, of course. Yes, of course, it's a horse. Of horse. What?
All those horsey things. Horsey.
Horsey. Now I'm gonna
Oh, you have
put
to adjust
some.
it.
I do.
Yeah.
All right. I'm showing y'all how to do this.
There
That's
we
what's
go.
happening right now.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna put that horse in there.
We're doing it. So that was a little of this fluid black and our ultramarine blue. We're just throwing this lovely forelock down. Come here. Come along this little jawline.
Looking really nice.
Hopefully it will. Now I'm gonna pull some. I wipe my brush. I get some just burnt sienna. I'm gonna come along the outside of this jawline. Just pull a little bit of that on. Just a little bit.
Just a touch.
Just a touch. And I'm gonna mix the burnt and the two burnts.
So is that a Swedish fish bracelet you're wearing?
It is. I'm super big fan of Sweden.
We have about 3,000 tiny red fish.
And I love them.
In a giant bag up front.
Well, I don't think they're left.
I think we're maybe down to 2,000.
I don't know. I think we're down to like a couple hundred fish.
It's a couple hundred fish.
I think it's a couple hundred fish.
I think there's probably more fish in there than you think. There's just bags and bags and bags of fish in the back of the closet.
I think that you have not checked the state of the fish.
We have a Swedish army.
So I'm bringing this around. I'm going to bring this brown into the neck. I'm going to bring this deep brown into this neck. Getting that second coat of paint on there.
Really, the second paint really helps a lot.
The second coat of paint helps so much, right?
Yeah.
The layers.
Those darned layers.
Oh, that's too bright.
That is bright.
Sometimes you'll be going along, you're like, that's really bright for this area. You'll be like, just lighten it up. All right. I've got this nice brown right here. All right. So that I don't lose everything when I come back into here
Yeah.
and come underneath here
Yeah.
with this dark, dark color in the dark, dark woods up a dark, dark road. Sorry. Things are happening for me. I don't know what to tell you.
We're making stuff.
We're making stuff. We're making stuff. We like it so much.
Lindsay,
Making stuff.
Lindsay was just saying she sat down to work at her computer desk, and that was 45 minutes ago, and she's been watching and chatting. She's like, drat, need to go back and work.
Save yourself.
we do that to her channel all the time. We're just sitting here, we're just getting to talking and watching the show. So
I know. It's just, it gets you, right?
yeah.
And I get this sort of, I've got this little kind of grayed out highlight color. I'm going to come along the neck here. Just a little highlight on this muscle. And we're going to just drop a little highlight right here on this muscle.
That muscle.
Yeah, muscle.
But
It's curved, beautiful, robust muscle.
and see, that's the thing, is that you really know horses. So I mean, you intrinsically know where all these curves and
I
throws.
do.
And,
It's totally unfair.
It's like you're a horsey,
I am. But you know what? You helped me get through the armor.
Yeah. Well, one more, you know.
You know, and I don't know the armor the way you know the armor, but you helped me get through it, right?
Yeah.
Now we're going to drop a little star, which is the little white spot underneath the forelock.
Ah. It's called a star?
It's called a star.
Oh, neat.
It's a little star.
Hmm.
It's an identifying mark.
I see.
When you register a horse, they generally will register things like their identifying marks. And I'm going to grab just some burnt. I'm going to come right along there, create a highlight. And then I'm going to come right along this nostril and create a highlight. And on that outer nostril. And along the edge of this. And then on the outside of this ear. And this ear. But I think this inner ear needs to be darkened a little bit. So I'm going to grab some black. Darken and deepen that space. All through here. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Yay!
Yeah.
Yay! And then we're going to continue on with the darkness of the mane. Because that's enjoyable for us.
Mm.
It's so much fun. And we can always say we did it. Not a lot of people can say they did it. Usually you got to go study elsewhere to say you did this.
Yeah.
But you didn't have to today. Put out some more burnt umber. You just painted
Burnt.
it. That's what you did.
You know what I think is really awesome is that, like, this, you made this painting, like, achievable for, you know, like, you're showing people how to do this. Like, I would have never considered, like, taking on a painting like this, but wow, it would be really cool to do it.
Oh, it is. So fun. Don't even get it twisted. It is fun.
That's why I like that dragon painting, is I think, you know.
Yeah. Sometimes just knowing that the most complicated paintings, even the most complicated paintings in the world, still consist of the same things that the simple paintings that you're working on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's still layers. It's still light and shadow. It's still form and design. You know?
Mm-hmm.
It's still just about, can I catch the highlights? Can I catch the lowlights? How can I tell the story? Right now, if I catch a little white onto here, and I'm going to want a little blue on it. Oh, it's skinning again. Then I can
Got a little salt and pepper in the hair there.
Mm-hmm. Well, the truth is like very dark hair will actually reflect very light reflections.
Yeah. That black glossy hair.
Yeah. So the best way to tell that story.
You have to adjust the close-up camera up a little
Do I?
bit. Yeah. It looks really good.
Yeah. Just a little
There you
bit
go.
of. He's just got a little bit. A little bit. There we go.
That's
Just a little bit happening with him.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to come back with some of this dark brown. I'm going to add it over this black just to give that dimension. We probably could have opted out without it, but I feel like it's necessary for the painting to have the complete feeling that it needs when people are looking at it. Just my feeling. That is an important thing. I'm going to take this deep dark brown. Work it right here. Going down. His shoulder. I'm going to switch brushes and get into a bigger brush. Work the shoulder out. Because we'll be getting back into the shadow,
Oh,
deeper into his body, but we want to make sure that we've got this little highlight happening here. You can come in with a little just burnt. Just add just a little. Couple places. Right? Now you can get back into working the deep dark color underneath here. Because he's a dark, dark horse. This is like
Dark
literally
horse.
where the definition of dark horse comes from. This guy. Who's the dark horse? This guy. What's got 4 hooves and is a dark horse? This guy. This, I mean, you can even tell in the painting like this is a well-bred horse. That's what's crazy. I'm going to bring this dark shadow up here and all around the hand. Even though there's going to be the barding here, I'm going to go ahead and make sure the shadow is firmly placed. And it is these slightly lighter and darker values that create the shaping around him. And a lot of you have asked me to do horse paintings, and this is actually kind of like a fabulous horse painting. So it's sort of fun to do this just in general. Now I'm going to put a little oh, that's way too much of a reflection on his knee. But okay. We'll blend it out. Just a little highlight on his knee and along the leg. You see that there, John?
I do.
Not like crazy. Don't go crazy like I just did, but you know. You got to do what you got to do. So I'm going to come to this back legs.
Gotcha.
Down here, you kind of figured out we're finishing out this horse. Yes, we are. Then we're going to finish out this knight, and then we're going to put some plants in the world. I am going to stay in until the plants are in. Because I want your friends, for those of you that are hanging in to do this, I want your friends to be just like, what? How? And you'd be like, oh yeah, I do this all the time. Don't even, it's not nothing. It's just art. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And we also want to bring down some tail now. So we're going to come behind here. Don't paint out your hand. Very, very difficult work, but you got to do it. Let that dry for a minute, because interestingly enough, this area and this area was the sort of light gray yellow.
Oh yeah.
So I'm going to take this brown gray color over to here and lighten it up a little, but not too much, because this is still behind everything. The plants and everything.
Yeah.
And you can take that, these are called socks. You can take these socks up a little bit. Oh, too late. Way too late.
Horsey socks.
These are horsey socks. And these are going to end up all behind the grass and everything, but it actually makes it feel more real. I don't know how to explain it, but it does. Getting there. We're getting there, guys. We're literally getting there. It doesn't feel like we're getting there, but we're getting there. Take some of your burnt and your both burns and start pulling them down the tail. Just a little bit, and put a little just back here. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, I think so. No,
Yeah, no?
there you go.
Okay. I don't know if it's really, it shows. Sometimes like I have it's a big difference for me, but that camera, I need an HD camera right there.
We need like a whole bunch of new cameras. I need a robot camera.
I'm going to add just some highlights in the tail. There you go. So tail, dot, right? Barding.
Yeah.
Barding. All right. Which completes her and completes him, and then we just have him and some flowers.
Just some. Yeah, well, you're getting close.
I feel, you know.
We're so close.
I'm sure no one feels we are, but we are. So I'm going to come underneath him. Okay. I start it here, and it's going to come up to here. So I've added a little blue to the red to deepen and enrichen the color of it.
Yeah.
That way I can also highlight it, because all of the barding on him is like that.
So you do keep saying barding.
Yes.
Perhaps you should say what that is.
Well, you can explain it.
Well, it's your show.
Okay, you need some work to do. Barding is the pretty
I'm
clothes.
pushing buttons.
It's the Barbie clothes for the horsey.
It goes beyond Barbie clothes.
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's just the pretty clothes for the horsey. But it's also identification. This would be like
The armor and all the other stuff that the horsey would wear.
Yeah, but I mean, it all has deep meaning. Like everything on the horse and all these colors and everything tell you something about this animal, the people who own this animal.
Well, that's the heraldry.
Well, that's on the barding.
Yeah, that's on the barding.
I'm going to make sure that I've got this nicely planted around the hand.
See, Bonnie's with you. She's like, get to work, John. You're not doing anything.
Dude, thank you, Bonnie. Don't you put up with him at all.
She doesn't. She keeps me in line.
Gonna put the bridle on.
You have to adjust your close-up camera up there a little bit more.
All right.
There you go.
Putting a bridle on the horse. I'm putting a bridle on the horse. I'm putting a bridle on the horse. What are you doing? Of course, I'm putting a bridle on the horse. I'm painting all day on Valentine's weekend. Putting a bridle on this horse. Painting never ends. What?
My ears hurt.
Really?
No.
Oh, it's
I
okay.
bet yours do, though, because you got those things on.
You know what? This is going to freak you out a little bit, but I can't feel them anymore.
Oh, yeah?
No. Is that at all disturbing?
Nah. You're just pressing on the side of your head.
Maybe we just got them on right for once.
Maybe. Any Americans planning on vacationing to Holland? Yeah, I'll vacation to Holland.
I'll go to Holland.
Yeah.
I will absolutely go to Holland. They have good food there.
What if there were some non-Americans that wanted to vacation to Holland in our group? Would be okay if the Canadians came? Because we got a Canadian daughter. She might come to Holland.
All right.
So I'm going to post up the finished picture here just in a second, I think.
Yeah.
Someone was asking about it.
I don't blame you.
We're pretty close.
We're getting there. We're getting there. I'm going to pull some gray from over here. From our weird ultramarine brown mixture that makes our gray. Like, once we get him in and the flowers in, we're good. And we can say we did it.
Let me see if I can do that. I spaced out there on that. Let me see if I can pull this up for you guys. There it is. There's the picture we're working on.
Yeah. And if you go in the description, there's a reference and
Yeah.
it's traceable and all kinds of ways to do it. Yeah. I agree. Seriously, what's for dinner? I need to know. I need to know what I'm going for.
think that we might do some Boboli pizzas tonight. Some
Are we doing
homemade
Bobolis?
pizzas.
Okay.
Or maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to find out. It'll be fun, though.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go sleep. So I'm putting in these lines. And then there's another interesting set of lines that come from here and go up over the saddle. So it's the second set of reins. If you're an equestrian person, you actually understand what that's all about.
Or if you're a jousting person, you'll know what you need a second set of reins for.
Yep. I got those in. You just want to get both of those in. You just want to get this all in. All right. So I'm going to pull a little highlight on the bit here. A little bit more like metal. And then I'm going to do an interesting thing. I'm going to put in the medallions.
Yeah.
Which are, I'm going to use the burnt umber and the yellow oxide to do the base of them. And that, I'm going to make a circle right there. I'm going to do another circle right here. And then I'm done.
There was another layer.
Oh, you know it, right?
What layer are you putting on now?
I'm putting on some more medallions.
There has been I have unleashed a chain of Sherpa of pizza comments in the thread.
Have you? I so want pizza.
You know what? I think that pizza is something that just around the world people enjoy because, I mean, we have folks all over the world saying, dude, I had pizza last night, or I'm going to have pizza tonight, or I want pizza tomorrow. I love pizza.
I'm pulling down the little fringe here.
There's not a lot of people.
Underneath the barding.
It's an Italian food. Cultured. We should all have more pizza. What did she say?
She said, can I have some pizza, please?
Oh, Kiefer. All right, come here, Luna.
So I'm adding this little gold back here to the barding like there's embroidery. All right. And then the other medallions I've got to add. You like my painting? Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love her so much.
Do you like the painting?
Mm-hmm.
What do you like best about it?
Cool.
Is it cool? Is it pretty? Tell Mom.
It's a cool pretty.
Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you so much. I'm going to put a couple back here. Oh. All right, get your details out. First thing that you're going to do, you take a little of your red, a little of your black. Come along here. Work that bit. Then you're going to give a low light. That's the shadow
We're just watching Mom here.
to these rings. That's what you want. You need that shadow.
Luna wants to wear my headphones. Oh, push the button. Luna wants to wear my headphones. So
Oh, good.
she's taking my headphones from me.
She's in charge now.
I never give me charge, okay?
Okay. I'm going to come along the barding and I'm going to make a little shadow here. This breast collar is actually what it is. I'm going to make a little shadow. And then we're going to come right over to the oxide with the black. Load up our brush.
You're staying on that.
I make dots. I'm going to do 3 little dots.
Okay.
So you're real shy there when you have the headphones on. You can at least tell everybody your name.
Luna.
You just say it louder.
Luna.
You have to say it even louder.
Louder.
You don't say louder. You say your name louder.
It's so much fun.
I'm too shy.
You're too
You're
shy.
I'm shy to say it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to get her a little kefir, and we'll be
Thank you,
right
Shay.
back.
So if you're like, oh my gosh, how long is this going to go? Oh my gosh. This is what time lapse is for. Oh my gosh. Actually, if I did this in time lapse, I have to work on it twice as long as I am right now, believe it or not. So what I've been doing is adding these little shadows along these medallions, and you'll notice that starts to shape their function. So what we have left is the highlights through here, which is going to pop all the reins. The fabric here, the metal here, his armor, which is a thing. We're going to drop some branches and vines. We're going to drop some wild roses and some flowers. And then we will have painted Le Belle Dam Sans Merci by Dioxazine, kind of, mostly. We'll have done it. We'll have gotten the gist of it. We'll have painted a gist of it. And this isn't a painting people genuinely take on, because sometimes people look at paintings like this and they go, it's too much. Can't do it. I'll never be that good. It's like, dude, it's just layers. It's like, how long you willing to sit here? You willing to sit here for a minute? You can paint the painting. Painting is totally paintable if you can sit here for a minute.
Yeah.
I mean, you might not see it at a sip and paint anytime soon. And maybe this is what I got to do now. Sorry. Yeah. Grab this one, guys. I'm going to pull just some yellow ochre,
Got it.
and I'm going to add a couple highlights.
Wow, that makes such a difference.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Now, on a scale of 1 to 3 hoots, this is an 11T hoot, right?
This is probably closer to a 4 hoot.
It's a 4 hoot.
Yeah, it's still in the student stage because I'm giving instruction the entire way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whole way I am sharing my instruction, but it does require a base understanding of certain skills,
Mm-hmm.
which is okay because, you know, they're all learnable. I'm taking pure CAD, and I'm letting it skip along the tooth of the, like that.
Yeah.
Isn't that awesome? That's how I'm defining these beautiful reins. Not a lot here because this is under. There you go. Birding. Birding. And we'll put a little bit of the highlight gold back here on these, which are far away, and a little highlight gold there. Goodness gracious. He's in. Can you believe it?
Wow.
All right. Helmet, night. The armor's really a thing. I really kind of need another cup of coffee.
Luckily, we brought the coffee pot in.
Did we?
It's already over here and set up. I knew it.
I feel like I need to put out a third palette of paint. Not even kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm going to make some of my gray, which is my ultramarine blue, and my burnt umber. I'm gonna create and I'm going to start painting in my helmet with my mid-tone gray. Back here, adding these little brown grays. I don't know if you guys can see the little variances of gray. These are little brown grays. And I am probably gonna put out some new paint here in a second. I'm gonna create this deep, deep tone with the phthalo and the burnt. And then put up some new paint because this is so gummy. And again, guys, this is just that the studio is an oven. And acrylic paint, you know, cures in an oven. I normally would not. I could use some freshwater coffee.
Freshwater coffee and paint.
Yeah. I didn't even look. All that white I poured out, and I didn't even use it.
Didn't even touch the paint, did you?
So sad. It's pitiful, right?
All right, I'm going to come over. I'm going to stunt hands you some paint.
Coffee and water and... I need coffee, I need water, I need... What did? It's okay. You can rinse those too. Alright, so we'll talk about what we've got left to do. So what we're going to be looking for in him is the reflections in the armor. We're not really painting the armor as much as we're painting the highlights. And the trick to the armor is really nailing the highlights. The more information you give about the highlights and the shadows, the more the armor is going to feel like armor. And hopefully I'm explaining this correctly because I'm a little under the weather and so I'm a little muddled in my brain. But that's basically what it's about. So we're going to be coming in here and we're going to notice that there's a lot of sunlight and reflection here, where that sunlight is hitting, how it comes down this breastplate on this line, how it comes down on this leg on this line. We're going to reflect up on the sword. It's going to be a minute getting him in. I wouldn't even lie to you. But once he's in... it goes real fast. Like we're like 20 minutes in flora and fauna. And you can kind of see we're like nearly there, which has got to be tripping you out. And John is getting me my reference photo back because once we get into the armor, I'm going to really need to see it. But the computer's died? That's fine. I'm going to be using my own painting as reference. That's awesome. I'll put out paint while John's making coffee. So I'm going to put out my colors again because I'll be in pretty much all of them, which is crazy, but it's true. So I'm going to put up my titanium white and put out... this is something that I've got to go through. The creme brulee would be lovely. Then I'll have to like do like, I don't know, drinky poos to go to sleep tonight. Though, you know, if you think about it, like at a painting party, I'd be like painting till like 10 at night. So, yeah. Now, you may want to really keep your phthalo blue and your ultramarine blue separate, simply because it may be very hard for you to see the difference between the two of them. And if that's the case, don't worry about it. The computer thinks it's going to come back. If I seem a little puffy, it's just because I'm a little sick. But this is when I do sick, so yeah. And we're doing it. We may never do it again, but we're doing it.
And we're doing pretty good here, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I love this.
It feels
paint.
like it's crazy. Like we went
it.
crazy. Feels like we went crazy.
Maybe
A little bit crazy, right? Oh, I just put out more green. See, that's where I'm at right now, guys. If you're wondering where I'm at, just putting out the same colors of paint again. This is that weird yellow. Oh, Lord, I never even know. I think that much. Am I getting to drink out of my crafty chica cup? You're rewarding me with my crafty chica cup? I'm one of those people where, like, a cup is a reward. Like, I have my favorite mugs. I have one of my favorite designers on planet Earth was a husband-wife team called Mackenzie and Childs out of the East Coast, down actually not too far from Miss Lindsay. She probably knows who they are. She's probably also sensibly gone to do something else by now. And their original ceramics before they got purchased out were spectacular, just divine. It was like living in Alice in Wonderland.
What are you doing over there?
I don't even know. Like, literally, I got lost in the paint.
You got
like, lost.
Lost.
In the paint.
Into the paint.
Totally lost.
But we got it all ready. You got a circle of paint.
I have a circle of paint. I'm not really
circled the
sure what's
paint.
out, if I have everything I need.
It's a color wheel.
I'm having a moment, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm a survivor, and I'm going to power through this.
We're almost there. And man, we've got like 240 people out here hanging out, just keeping up with us.
Thank you.
So I mean,
Can I sippy
you
real
can
quick?
sippy. Of course, you can sippy.
Oh my goodness.
We are here to see. I mean, like, we're close.
How you guys doing?
They're pretty excited about this. Have to say.
We're doing it. It's like it's happening. It
It's the
probably
last.
would be a better time lapse, but it's happening.
Well, no, I mean, because a lot of people really want to be able to know what it's going to take to be able to do this.
This is what it takes.
And I mean, like, I've loved being here this last 3 hours hanging out. I know that Glenn will enjoy coming and watching the video and hanging out with us for this 3 hours, and that's why we do this.
Yeah.
So,
I wish Glenn was here for the live.
yeah, well,
I don't know if Glenn does the lives.
Maybe he may not know about it, but he does now. So,
Hey, somebody
Glenn-
go find Glenn and tell him there's a live episode dedicated to him.
Yeah, you should show up to the live episode, yo.
No. Glenn, we are just messing with you. You don't even have to feel a little bit concerned.
It's,
Not even a little bit. So I'm shading the back of the helmet with the phthalo blue and the burnt. And now I'm using my grays. And you can actually, believe it or not, even grade up by adding a little bit of cadmium to it. I'm going to start adding these highlights. So right down the center, a highlight. What am I doing? Hi. Nobody knows what I'm saying. I'm going to add these little ridges to the helmet. Hopefully, just out of the blue, it's going to start looking like metal. Because that's what you're hoping for, is the look of metal, just boom, out of the blue.
And what I'll say is that from the armor standpoint, if your armor starts to look wonky, it's probably because the highlights that you're putting on, are making it seem uneven. Or unsymmetrical, but notice how symmetrical that the lighting has made it appear to be sort of domed, and that's really the most important thing, making sure that it has those curves of the metal that are implied with that lighting, and the highlights that are caught with those white highlights.
So I'm going to come give the little scarf here. Need more white to this.
And so those white lines are
Highlights in the fabric.
well on yeah.
Oh, on the fabric. I'm just talking about the fabric. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, on the metal they're called flutes.
Oh.
It's called fluting, and that's what gives the metal the reinforcement. So, and those are the iconic elements of the armor of this time period. So by just implying them, you can do a really good job of telling everybody's brain that that's what it is without having to draw all of them.
Yeah. Not that you couldn't. You could
No.
just sit there and draw all of them. Absolutely all day. Right?
Yeah.
She's giving him some type of scarf here.
I'm being
That's
asked,
what's happened.
I am being asked to pass on how many wonderful comments and thank yous you're getting right now. But everybody thinks that you're really amazing. They really appreciate you doing this, and they think you're a real trooper for hanging in there and helping them paint this.
I think
So.
you guys are real troopers for hanging in with me while I do it. Because your thing is like you just. Now, John would totally I would be here alone with 2 people, and he'd be like, no, there's hundreds of people here. But I'm assuming he's telling the truth, and I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no, it's like 240 people here, right? It's like, so it has been a full room all day.
All day?
Yeah. Yeah, it's been spectacular. I've been really.
Oh, you can sign back in. I can get my actual medal back
Oh,
if
yeah?
you want to sign me back in.
sign. Oh,
It's
I'll
come
come-
back.
I'll
I don't
come
know what
back.
to tell you. It
I'll come
came
back.
back.
All right, I'll come back over there and check it out in a minute. The battery came back.
The battery came back. So I'm going to start putting in some highlights on the armor. Just some highlights. I will definitely be using the original as a reference in just a second. You have no idea how much. And I'll be using the Naples to add a yellow cast to what I'm doing.
There we go. So we have wonderful people from all over the world who are hanging out here, and it's just incredible the times of day and evening that people are up hanging out with us.
Really?
Yeah, so I have to say thank you to all you guys who are just hanging out. I mean, it's incredible for you guys to be hanging up at all these hours of the morning over there in Europe to be with
Yeah.
us. We really appreciate it. So
So I'm going to just be working these grays is really what I'm going to be doing. Trying to create these story of this highlight. That's happening here. And it's a bit of a job, and at some point I'm going to have to get in here and kind of work this weird wonky little story. Like this actually needs to be sitting up like this and then come out a little bit from his neck like this and come around, and there's the shadow. I got to figure out how to tell that story easily in this neck, and hopefully you can see it. What I'm doing is I'm observing the reference and just trying to create the values I have to. The neck is maybe one of the more challenging pieces on his piece. Just so you all know. There's just some pieces I've got to work in by hand. You may have to go back and like paint in hair. In this particular case, I might even have to... Oh, I know what I'm missing. Yellow oxide.
I'm missing some paint. There's paint that I'm missing.
Like, what am I missing? Yellow oxide. Does that ever happen to you?
One of our regulars, S Arts, Kate was like, I was here earlier and you were painting, and I went away and I had dinner and went skiing and came back and you're still painting.
I'm sorry, sweetie. It's true.
I just want to know where you lived, that you went to dinner and skiing and then came back.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Okay. We're getting somewhere, maybe. I'm not really sure.
It's looking good. Now, the gentle roll of that light on there really makes such a difference on the on showing the.
I know,
the
and I'm
curve.
trying to get it.
You're
And
doing a
that's-
great job.
And that's one of the things is like I got to try to get it. And so I'll be trying to get it, and I've got to find it, and then I've got to use things around it to shape it, and that's what's challenging.
And once you get all that in, I'll come in and come and point it at the
Oh,
3 or
please
4
don't.
lines.
Please
Oh, no.
don't.
Okay.
Please don't.
You got it.
Oh, I know what I need. I need my fluid white. That's what's
Oh, yeah.
going wrong. There we go.
Got it.
It's like, what is going on with this? I'm like, oh yeah, fluid white. The fluid white
There it is.
allows me to focus on certain things easier.
Yeah, that's the one of the important lines right there that you're just getting perfect.
Yeah.
And how it goes. It's really crazy how that line,
Yeah.
if you draw it from basically the base of the throat over the navel to the top of the belt buckle,
Yeah.
it works. You just have to know that that's what that line goes over.
Yeah. No, that was really helpful to me.
And
By the way, when you were like, that's line it up like that, and then I could see it and see how it had to be that. It had to be that. Like, this has to be here.
yeah. And
And that's just figure drawing.
and then if you understand the elbows and then the front of the legs, everything else comes together pretty easy.
Well,
I mean, relative to the curve.
relative to everything else,
Yeah.
but yeah. Woo!
You believe it's armor if those lines are correct.
Yeah. So I'm going to darken this down here. We're going to take this in to a darker. This is where I'm super grateful for stiff bristle. This work right here. I am so grateful for the stiffness of these bristles. Y'all cannot even know.
Mm-hmm.
Can't know how awesome it is that these are as stiff and rigid as they are. Give me so much support in what I'm doing. Now, I can literally reflect everything around him into this armor.
Oh, yeah.
I am going to choose to not do too much of that, but that is her hair color. The peach from her could be in him.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be something that you can do. And maybe I'll do it a little bit. I don't know. It's a lot. So I'm using basically ultramarine and burnt umber to create the grays and low tones of this armor. I'm making it a very cool armor.
This is so cool. I can't believe we're almost done with this.
I think that you're cheering everyone on and keeping them
Well,
from running
no,
away.
I don't need to. I mean, like, believe me, there's no one going anywhere anytime
You've
soon.
seen me paint this, so you know.
Yeah, no, they're all here chatting away, having a great time. I'm just along for the ride right now, just sort of, like right now we have. I don't know if you know this, but we have a whole bunch of people from Germany who paint with us. And,
Really?
Yeah, and they just happen to be all talking about where they're from right now. And there's people from Frankfurt and
I think that's so cool.
yeah. And
I think that's very, very, very cool.
Danielle's
You know, like a
lurking.
lot about German armor, too.
Oh yeah, well yeah, Germans made some pretty cool armor for a while.
I know that because I've heard you talk about.
English did some good armor. Italians made good armor. There's a lot of good armor makers out there. Some good armor shops.
You've gotten to visit some museums and see some armor behind the glass.
I have. I've been to several museums where I've got to look at armor.
Behind the glass.
Behind the glass. That was pretty cool, yeah. Royal Armory Museum, and went to the Met, and went to a couple of armor museums up here in the States, in the New England area.
I'm adding a little black to my mix.
I love armor.
You do.
I make armor too. I used to.
That is an art John used to actively participate in, and I don't remember all the words that describe the type of armor that you made.
Yeah,
but you were actively making armor. I think this is why we get Stephanie and Mark.
Yeah, I made.
So I'm taking my black fluid paint here. I am just doing what I can to anchor this just a little.
Yeah, see, I did 16th century armor, which is a little later than this. Mostly English, high carbon steel plated armor because I liked the hybrid high carbon steel stuff. Lighter weight. It was the modern high-tech armor at the time.
Yeah, because armor used to be techie.
It was, man.
All right, I got that little thing. That little thing is like
That's important.
It's a thing to get, man.
That little thing there protects the inside of his elbow from getting stabbed. It's a very important part, that elbow cop.
I'm just trying to tell a little story of it without having to tell the whole story of it.
But you do such a good job of it.
And get a little yellow into the mix. I like every once in a while getting a little yellow into the mix. And I'm going to come here to the cuff and tell another little roll story, because there's some rolls, and I'm going to drop some reflections.
I'm going to put this up here on the wide camera, and I'll be right back. I'm going to check on the kids.
I'm going to sippy, because I'm going to be doing armor for a minute. We're just doing this armor till this armor's in, till we get armor. But you can see we're kind of getting armor, so it's just about this thing. Yeah. I'm doing actually really good for how sick I am. It's pretty cool. So, one of the things you do as an artist is you sort of estimate, based on past experience, the time it takes to do a project. And I think I estimated wrong. I mean, we're done soon. We're actually done soon. This is that, you know how like an acrylic painting, it's a hot mess, it's a hot mess, it's a hot mess, and like all of a sudden the whole plane comes together and you're like, oh, it's a painting. That's like the number one thing that you have to do. I think people give up on paintings like this because it's so long in that grueling stage before it gets to the satisfying stuff is starting to happen and come together and make sense. And, you know, that kind of thing.
Sippy, sippy.
I think I got a little weird with his face, but I'm going to let it go.
You got weird?
I don't know. I'm not sure if his face is a little weird.
Oh, let me see. I like his face.
All right. Well, we're going to love him how he is.
He is. He's, I say that he is more, he does look more iconic superhero-y than the other guy does. And
Yeah,
I think it's just, because I've got both images here up. They're so close. I think it's just,
I'm doing little dashes here, just dash highlights to say that this is chainmail.
Yeah.
So that's my recommendation. You can take this further if you choose. But I would recommend just letting it be lightly discussed.
I keep thinking you're going to get paint, but you don't.
I am getting paint.
You're getting close.
I feel like I'm getting paint.
Carrie says that he looks flushed with love.
That's what it is? Okay, all right. We're going to be very forgiving of the Sherpa today. Very forgiving of the Sherpa. And that's okay. The Sherpa needs forgiveness today. Oh, I got to figure out what the heck I was doing here. give this circle, I'm going to give it another radiating coat of paint. I'm going to come underneath. I'm going to pick up some black on my brush. I'm going to come underneath this and darken this, some of this shadow here, so that this, when I bring it up, shows more. That's what I'm doing. You can get some Dioxazine Purple too for your gray.
It's all just coming in.
It's just coming in. Just coming in.
It's like I wish I had Alexis's armor to show you guys, because I could just pull it out. It's like, because he has this exact set he's made.
Really?
Yeah,
This was his, wasn't it?
Yeah, he made a Maximilian set of
Yeah,
of
I
armor.
felt like I've seen this armor, like beyond this painting. I feel like I had dealt with it before.
Yeah, I've helped him make that helmet. So there were many hours of holding a torch while he swung a hammer to get that thing to go.
It's like funny how you can remember something like that.
Yeah.
Just putting this shadow underneath here, working this gray. So you can see how it just starts to become what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Now I've got to keep lightening up this chest area. I might add a little burnt to it because I see that in the painting.
So is there a substitute for Naples Yellow?
You know, any of the yellows that run to the cool side of the color spectrum, right? You could probably get away with cadmium, a cad light,
Yeah.
right? You probably could get away with some cad light. I'm going to just put some actual yellow right here. I feel like it needs it.
And see that the highlight of the band around the neck, around the wrists, that
Yeah.
Across the
Oh, you're liking that?
yeah, the top of the breastplate, the center line, and then the front of the legs. Those white highlights so stand out to say.
There we go.
Yeah.
I was just trying to get that shadow right there.
It's just, I mean, that's really
Sometimes you just work really hard for like one shadow. You do. They'll just like work and work and work and work and work for like this one shadow. You're like, I gotta get this one shadow. If I just get this one shadow and get this one highlight, can make this piece work. Come back later for this. Just want to kind of say that really quickly. Like looking here, I'm like, all right, what do we want to do? What do we want to do?
those little floating plates there.
Just trying to just sort of say them right
You're doing a
there.
great job, yeah. Well, that's what they do, is they're just little floating plates that protect the armpit.
Well, good, because that's what they are right now.
Yep.
Then I've got to create the second reflection along the arm right here.
Yep.
Just sort of like kind of challenging, but gonna get that in. And now I can finally do this guy, which I'm just ready to do.
Just get a little bit of that armor plate in there.
Just trying to get it in. And that's what it is. I'm bringing the Dioxazine Purple into this mix to deepen it even more. That's what I'm trying to do. What's funny?
Mona was like, I wonder if they had deodorant in medieval times. Actually, they did.
I think John knows the answer.
They did. Nobody liked to be stinky. So knights and ladies alike had all sorts of ways of making themselves smell good.
Did they?
Uh-huh. From
That's
powders
nice.
to crushed amber, ground amber, beautiful smelling stuff. There's lots of incenses and
Whatever it takes, right?
but a good linen underjacket does wonders for you.
Doesn't do as many wonders as you thought it did.
Oh, a lot more than you'd think, though. When you switch from cotton to linen, you learn fast how much it works.
All right, putting in the chainmail here. Finding this. And I'm going to pick this with, pick this up with a little, low light here. Come under the cuff here. Come under this here. And roll the cuff. How's that, John?
Mm-hmm.
Happy?
I like it.
All right. Oh, my goodness. Let's put a little highlight on the belt buckle. All right. We're making some headway slowly but surely. I'm going to add a little of this burnt to his belt buckle, just aging it. I'm not taking out all the other. I'm just going to try to come along this side, pulling this over. I'm going to work this little sword a little bit. Come down the hilt with this dark burnt umber. And come back with just a little of along this right edge. Just pulling a little bit of a highlight with the, and then I'll take the yellow oxide. Great, just a titch. Maybe not that much. I just don't want it to its bright self. And I'm going to make some bands across that sword. I'm going to let this this phthalo blue get into my burnt sienna. I'm going to make 2 straps right there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm going to let that sit for a minute, and I'm going to finish up that sword in a second as I come in and attempt to finish this down here. Oh my goodness, we're winding up, man. We are coming to the end. I know it doesn't feel like it.
You're putting in some highlights on that on the sword to really sort of lock it in, huh?
Yeah, I'm just quicking telling the story, and then I'm gonna come in and refine it a little more. But I wanna tell some of that story right there. Even though there's gonna be flowers, even though there's gonna be stuff over it, I just want to tell that story. Doesn't mean I'm not gonna come down the side and drop a shadow and define this hilt more. It just means that I want to tell a story.
Yeah.
And that's really all I'm doing with it. Oh, I love these stiff bristle brushes. I really do. It just makes my work so much less challenging. Now we've got some highlights we have to put here.
Mm-hmm.
Wish this thing. Oh, I caught it this time.
got it.
Woohoo! Make sure that I just go deep with that. And here, getting these like grays and brown grays just really defined around the sword. Pulling out the shadows.
You're on a painting marathon here.
Am I?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're doing great.
Thank you. I'm going to drop some slight reflections on this part. Around here. Now, there's a highlight that comes down the center here. And then there's a little fling out. And we'll come back with some other highlights to talk about that. I'm going to pull just a little bit of this right here, and I'm going to, I know I've got this right here, and I'm going to just lightly as I can kiss, and you can explain what part of the metal I'm just...
Right, so what brush are you using there?
I am using a number 2 Bright by Simply Simmons Firm Filament.
So you're just going in and adding a little bit of highlight. See, there's
just as little as I can, because the less I do, the better off I am.
I'm going to pull up the picture here just for a second. See, you guys can see over here that there's a skirt, a metal skirt that he's got that comes over and it covers the top.
I switched to my detail while you guys are talking about that.
Yeah, it covers the top of his legs there, and that's what that metal skirt does, and it just hangs down a little bit, and it's so she's just implying some of the curvature of that. And so those lines that she's making are
just reflections and things that are talking about this space.
And those are the highlights in the metal.
Yeah. Highlights in the metal. That's what we're doing. Now I'm going to just add a little shadow under everything right here. Right, just a little bit. Coming along here. A nice little shadow. So I can tell what's going on. I might even come underneath the sword. Define that a little bit. And then I'm going to get some kind of purpley gray. I might add a little blue to it, so it feels a little more metallic. Brown, because I don't want it to be super bright. Now I'm going to come in and put in my chainmail.
So had a question of what the metal skirt's for. So that metal skirt actually is it collapses so that when you jump up on a horse, all those metal lines, and actually what she's drawing there and highlighting, those bands that sort of go around it in a circle, those are the edges of each of those they call them lames. They're the bands of metal. And when you sit down on a horse, they collapse up into a nice little they kind of sit up on top of your legs so that when you stand up, the top of your legs are protected from being stabbed or poked. But when you sit on a horse, they collapse so that you can ride. They do a pretty good job of that.
I'm just using this right now just to create some shadows. I'm going to come back and define more highlights. I just want some outlining shadows there of that sword so it isn't so... along the top.
Yeah. And one of the things that when Cinnamon first drew him in, we found that if the curve of his chest looks like it's off, it's probably that highlight that's on the center of the chest.
Yep.
If you look at where you put it.
Would somebody ask you about that?
Yeah, it's not on yours, but
oh,
in
okay.
general. Yours is great. You know,
okay.
But learning how to center it, it's if you think about it that.
Well, I lined it up with his Adam's apple and his buckle and his navel.
Yep, that's it.
So I just drew that line. That's how I got it. Is I just drew that and I was like, all right, that's our line.
Yeah, and that makes it look like his chest is facing forward.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing for the legs, that line that goes down the center of it.
Just a little bit of highlight just to define that a little bit on him. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if that was cool, but I'm going to make that. All right. I just have his legs left to do. And then I can put in the plants, which is so easy. We would have painted him. And that's extraordinary, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to mix a little burnt into both my burns together. I'm going to bring my ultramarine over. This is going to help me gray everything. Pull some of this over so I can highlight easily. I'm going to start working in my leg.
So Laurie says that for those in Europe, she's been experimenting with the Dowler and Rowley Kryla acrylic paint, and it's
how's she liking that?
She says it's pretty comparable to Liquitex. So
excellent. They've been saying they had
yeah.
one that was comparable.
We've been asking about that. We've been trying to find what we can suggest for our European friends. So that's good to know. I'll have to make a note of that.
We can even ask them about sending some over to test it.
Yeah, we've had a really nice relationship with the Dowler and Rowley people.
They've been very nice. They've been kind of cool.
They sent over a bunch of brushes for you to try out for sure.
Yeah, they did. We're liking them.
Yeah.
This is a darker shadow here. I'm pulling this up, blending these two together, just working these grays and these reflections. Now I'm going to kind of drop a highlight. I'm going to use the top of the knee cob.
Yep, top of the knee, right through the center of the thigh.
And then I'm going to say that there's some reflection here. Is that okay, John?
Yeah, I think so. And then the little flutes just come up and roll around that leg, yeah.
We may put in some of those flutes, but right now I just want to make sure
Yeah, that looks good.
that we're shaped well and we're reflecting what we need to reflect. Because that's really what the armor is about, is what is it reflecting. Going to continue on down.
Cheryl says we need a new song. I'm going to go over and get a new song.
Oh, yeah, it has been going a really long time. Thank you.
Yeah, it's the generic background track that I have that covers up all of the other mistakes I make in audio. So there you go. Now you know my secret.
Wow, he looks okay even at the side. It's starting to come together. Okay. So
all right, I'll put something a little different on.
no. Can't be done.
How's it going?
You know, I'm holding in.
Yeah?
I'm holding up. And I'm okay. I'm okay.
Are you?
I'm okay.
It's funny. Every once in a while, I'll look over at the screen and I'll see the actual live broadcast going out, and you'll move on it, and I'll switch screens because I think that's the wrong one.
That's kind of awesome.
It just spooks me.
Sometimes I gotta flip it just because it's just so hard to paint that lower edge.
That's okay. He's looking really sharp, though.
I'm okay with him. He's not making me unhappy, and
Mark wants to know how long it'll take for this to come into the mail for him.
What?
Mark was like, how long will it take for this to come into the mail for me? I was like, ha, 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 ha.
A very, very long time, Mark.
It's a very long time. So you will have to find some Ped X who can carry it over by foot.
So I think the shape of this is slightly off, and I'm going to green it out because that's wrong.
And what I find amazing is that people can really paint this. I mean,
Yeah.
you've broken it down so that it is paintable.
It is paintable.
What I'm really excited about is seeing all of the other paintings come in.
Yeah.
'Cause I want to see all the ones that you guys are doing, the ones you're working on right now, the ones you do in a couple days, and the ones for all of you who aren't with us live right now painting. I really, really, really want to see it. So please go and post it up on our Facebook page, on our YouTube page, on our LinkedIn page, anywhere you can get it so we can see it.
Yeah.
Definitely want to see it.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Just trying. Is that okay, John?
I think it looks great.
Like, John's like, cool.
She's like, is it straight? Is the armor straight? Well, it's funny because, it's like horses. If you've ever been around a horse and someone draws a horse, you know what things on it stand out as wrong. Whereas, it's like if you've worn armor and ridden around and made armor, it's like you look at it and it's like, there's so many lines on there that just your eye looks for, especially in armoring because you're trained to look for those lines.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you just get a couple of them right, then it just tells you what you're looking at. It's so great.
Well, and again, you could do this painting for days.
Oh yeah, just keep adding layers.
Yeah, defining this armor. You could really get every single reflection that he captured. And really, 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 really portray it.
So do you have any idea how much paint you actually used on this?
More than usual.
Well, that's because you lost a lot of paint.
I lost a lot of paint. It didn't... If I'm not in the room with every single light that we own on, it doesn't take that much paint.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't. But when I'm in here for every little light that we have on, it takes a lot of paint.
And, if you have an interest in seeing this, just like Mark, and it will be on display at our first Sherpa get-together, along with all of the other paintings that she's done, so you can come and see all of them.
Make me live with these paintings for the rest of my life.
Yeah, or wherever we're going to have them on display. So
Yes, they will.
And that's so that when all of our friends come together to see them, they can talk about the experiences that they've had together, sharing in these.
I think that's awesome.
Because I think that these belong to the community.
You've mentioned that feeling before.
I do. I think that these belong to all of us. And Kim's like, and when will that be, John? When is our first get together? And I'll say soon. I hope. We're working on stuff for that right now.
Guess what, guys?
What?
We get to put in the tree and the rest of the stuff and be done.
Tree.
I need a sip. Please tell me my coffee isn't cold.
Oh.
Oh, it is.
All right, I'll go warm it up.
I'll talk about what we're going to do next.
You talk about what we're going to do next.
All right.
I'm going to put
So
up
we have him
a
in.
lower thirds that's appropriate for
His nose is bugging the heck out of me. I'm going to fix that because he looks like Skeletor. He looks like Skeletor. He looks like Skeletor. I'm going to fix that. You go on the up-close camera.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm not loving it. So I'm going to just fix it. While John's getting coffee, I'm just going to take a minute. I'm going to reposition him. I'm going to mix up some more skin tone. Master color. Almost. Get some master going. Get some low light shadow going. We know what the highlight is. Alright, so we're going to paint out this ridiculous nostril. Also, we're going to trim out this just a little bit. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Love you. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I'm just going to fix this nose line and this lip line because it just bugs me so much. And sometimes you just got to do that, guys. You just got to be like, does this please me? And if your answer is no, just correct it. So if you're looking at something and you're looking at something and you're looking at something and you're like, man, this feels wrong. And it can be a small, subtle difference that makes everything work or not work. All right? Doesn't have to be big, anything. It can be really small and really subtle.
So Beth was saying that she would love to come see the Sherpa on the road, but she's all the way up in Seattle. And how the heck would we see her all the way up in Seattle? Well, the good news is we're hoping to get on the road soon, to come see people all over the place. Now, we don't know what that's going to mean or what's going to happen, but I think that there's interest from people for us. If we started, if we made a multi-city stop, that it'd be fun. We could stop and see people in major cities and do some painting with everyone. Would that be fun?
No one's going to be like, no, don't come by.
I'm asking you.
Me?
Yeah.
You know I want to go.
You know you want to go. Well, we have to talk about it with them if we're going to, make it happen.
Well, dude, I'm like, seriously, like, I would move us all into a motorhome and just go around and paint stuff.
Yeah.
So, I've also just kidnapped everybody into painting this painting. So, we know that's so much better. It's just so much not. So, look at that. It's better.
Yeah.
It's just sometimes you got to just rethink a thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just got to rethink it. You just got to rethink it.
Mona's like, I'm so far away. Not far enough away. We're coming to Europe, too. We're going to do that.
Yeah.
Totally do Europe.
I agree. All right. I feel a little bit better about that. He's a little handsomer and a little less skeletal in the face. I realized he was just sketching it, but it was just working me.
He was working you?
He was working me. Starting something. You didn't know he was starting something, but he was.
He was, huh?
He was. So I'm going to draw on some branches. So how we're going to do this, I'm going to sip some coffee.
Okay.
For the last little bit.
For the last
we're
little
going to drop some branches in.
Yep.
Then we're going to hit it with a bunch of dark green leaves.
Yep.
And then we're going to come back with some lighter leaves and stuff around here.
Yeah.
Create a couple layers.
Flowers?
Then bright, bright, bright pop leaves.
Yeah.
Then we're going to draw in some rose branches and some roses and put some flowers. And then we're going to be done.
Okay.
Because we'll have painted this painting.
That seems reasonable.
I feel like I need to change the thumbnail.
This is the painting that will never end.
This is the art that never ends. Oh, it goes on and on, my friend. Somebody started painting it, not knowing what it was.
I think that's what's happened.
And they'll continue painting it forever just because this is the art that never ends. Sorry. I'm alone in here, aren't I?
No. Donna was saying that if we make it out to VidCon again this year, that there's a great vintage car dealership up there.
I think we're really trying to make it to VidCon. Yeah. We're definitely going to go for the nearly famous, not as famous, whatever that is, panel where they take you out there.
Yeah.
So I'm just dropping a couple branches that I'm going to...
You want to pull your close-up camera in a little bit?
Yeah, I can. You've done the deal. If you're painting this painting, you've seen the branch before.
You know that branch.
You've done that branch. We're just trying to make sure that when I start dropping leaves in like a crazy person, there are some branches to attach them to. I like the little squeegee noise it makes.
There are Sherpettes around the country that will put you up, but you just can't sing.
Really? Is that what they're saying? I feel kind of bad.
I think it's about a 50-50 split.
Dude, this isn't a singing channel.
About half of them think that you're singing right up there. About half of them are like, stick to painting.
No. Mama not trying out varietal. Mama knows. But I just sing because I'm happy. I don't sing because I'm good at it. All right. There we go. We got some branches.
Wow.
Thank goodness. I'm going to stay in this nice little number 2 bright because it makes a nice little leaf.
Yep.
And I'm going to take a bunch of this burnt over to my sap green, my deep green, and I'm going to make a very, 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 very dark green.
Very, 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 very dark green.
Yep. A lot of it because I'm going to need a lot of it.
Oh, okay.
And this is how you get paint up into your ferrule because you get over mixing, but I'm just ready to go. And we have to do this. We did it, though. We said we were going to do it, and we did it.
Look at this.
This
is incredible.
So we're going to just start dropping little branch marks, little leaf marks all around here. That's what we do. Sorry, I'm singing, guys. You get me this late at night in my studio, singing happens. Because, again, don't sing because I'm good. Sing because I'm happy.
I get to read into chat, and I sometimes forget to switch channels. Switch to
Yeah, we're just dropping a lot of these up here. Right? This is that layering. Sometimes we paint out stuff we worked hard to paint in. Sometimes we paint out stuff we worked really hard to paint in.
And see, look, that magical song is back, and I didn't even mean for it to be back. It just pulls up in my rotation automatically.
The one that, that's what you guys should be complaining about musically is John's torture of the community with repetitive songs.
Actually, I keep a really chill...
We need everybody... You guys start making music for us.
I'm working on it.
They just need to make... I would play community music till the cows came home. And then I would paint those cows that came home.
You paint those cows that came?
That's right.
There we go. There we go. Put a little music on. Find some other songs somewhere.
This is nice. See, I'm just dropping these leaves. Now, the trick is here, guys, and you're going to see it. I'm leaving these open. I'm not like just creating a solid little carpet. Birds can fly through these leaves. That's your trick. Leave room for the birds and the squirrels to have some place to be.
So we've been doing that. So you've been going for about 4 hours and 10 minutes right now, I think. Is that incredible? Maybe we're going to take a look. 420?
I think that YouTube would say is unadvisable.
Yeah. So 4 hours and 18 minutes right now.
Goodness gracious, guys.
Wow.
Thank you for hanging in for the longest tutorial ever.
The longest paint.
All right, so I'm flipping my thing on the side.
All right.
And you can kind of see where this is going to go and how nicely this is going to come in. So now I got to create this sort of bushy thing here. What?
Someone said the look on your face when I said 4 hours. You must have been like, whoa.
I kind of suspect it, though. All right. Now this is going to be a little more solid in this, but I'm still going to do a similar little brush strokey thing.
Yeah.
Like at first I thought I put out too much green, but now I'm seeing how much I'm going to need. I'm like, it's good. It's a good amount of green. I'm just creating this little underlayment of dark in the dark woods.
In the dark painting, there was some green.
There was some green. And we stayed and we painted it. We painted it all night.
Yeah.
We painted it. This is like the Meatloaf song of paintings. I wouldn't do anything for art, but I won't do the Belle Dam Sans Merci. That's crazy.
Yep.
I wonder if people are going to see it and just thumb it down when they see the amount of time.
4 hours. No.
Thumb down. You suck.
Well, I have to say, we got like a bunch of thumbs up. I'm going to go take a check. And
Oh,
it was 288 last time I checked. let's see,
Wow.
346 right now to be exact.
Wow.
Likes,
You know
thumbs
what?
up.
You guys tell YouTube what it wants.
Yeah.
You tell it. Watch us change like later, like in 2 years they'll be like, make really complete videos that explain things to people.
Wow.
Only 13-year-olds want them to be 3 minutes long. Grown-ups want to know what the heck you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
So we have that there. All right. And now I'm going to have the underlayment. The
Yeah.
underpainting.
It's really cool because
I'm going to add some phthalo to this now to deepen it.
the ghost hostess just said something that was really sort
You
of.
call her something different like every time.
I know it's because it is the ghost hostess.
Ghost hostess. What does the ghost hostess have to say?
Well,
Sorry, I'm going to
well-
just paint some grass over here. Let me move the close
no.
cam. I'm going to just...
Well, she was saying how awesome it is that it's like we have over 200 people just hanging out at our house, right?
Oh,
just we're doing this.
Yeah, you know what? And I couldn't host 200 people and a painting party.
No.
You can handle about 40 to 50 at its max. And even that's unadvisable. You really shouldn't go over 25.
Yeah.
Because you can't take care of the people. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, I understand for profitability, people want to go over 25, but you can really take care of 25 people.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
You're just bussing 40.
but I wasn't even talking about
Oh, I'm sorry.
like that. But I mean more like remember how the other day I was saying someone asked me what do I do, and I was like, well, I wake up every day and I make content for 25,000.
26,000.
26,000 of my.
You said
closest
25,000,
yeah.
but you were just out of date. You
Yeah.
didn't even know.
It was at that time. I was like, I make content for my 25,000 closest friends, and that's what we do now, and I think that's about the coolest job in the world. And every day when we post up live, there's over 200 people who come and hang out with us while we do that.
It's very compelling to keep doing it.
We love doing that. So as long as you guys will come, we'll keep putting these up. Because as hard as it is to do a 4-hour painting, it's really rewarding.
But we
to have
won't
you
be
guys
doing
here.
a lot of We'll just do them on occasion when you guys that are ready for the... Because there's a few of you that are ready for the 4-hour painting.
Yeah.
Is what the truth is. This is where this comes from. Is we know there's a few of you ready to go this long. And we know that many of you just want to hang out with each other. And us.
Yeah.
For 4. So that's a good enough reason. Right?
Yep.
You know why? Because art. Doesn't need to be more complicated than that. Because art.
Yeah.
For all you know, in 2017, we'll do a daily painting together.
Yeah.
John's like, wait, what? That's something you discuss in the morning meeting.
Wait, what?
All right. So I have this kind of grass structure, which you may or may not be able to see, put in. And now I'm going to take this sort of green. I'm going to add a little white to it. So it's a little minty. It's a little minty.
It's a little minty.
Little minty. Little minty. And I'm going to come up and visit my leaves. My leaves, John. I'm going to add some of these little minters. Mint
It's a
up your
weird
leaves.
song that had gotten the rotation.
What is it?
It's the Native American song that we have.
Is it?
For,
That's not a weird song.
oh.
I used to be really into that.
I mean, it's a Southwest song with a medieval theme.
I could go off on like a Southwest art kick like nobody's business. People don't even know the crazy I can open up there. Pena, Gorman, Pablito Concho.
But you like that stuff a lot.
Huh?
You like that stuff.
Yeah, like, so sorry that fashion went out. Like, if it comes back, there's Navajo blankets everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Pottery and...
It's funny. for green sleeves being a
Depressing song.
well, I was going to say for it being effectively open content, it's really hard to find a good copy of it that to use.
Yeah, is it open? Because I feel like we get tagged sometimes when we shouldn't.
Well, yeah, so I have to be really careful about whose and what's I use. So, but yeah, maybe I'll pick up a green sleeves for us.
All right, so I'm coming down here, also adding some of these little leaves. This is just about trying to say, hey, there's some layers. Some layers. You can add some of these here. You can go as bananas with this as you want. We're just kind of saying we're completing the layers. What we're doing. That's what we're doing.
There's a lot of Southwest art fans out here with us.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, I can make y'all so happy.
Yeah, they're like, we'd be interested in that.
Well, they always say yes, too. So, like, I never know
Yeah,
if they're
that's
just
true.
saying yes because they like us.
I think it's just because they're up for whatever the shenanigans are.
They're, like, up for shenanigans. So, I've taken my Cad Yellow and my Phthalo and a little white, and I made a very, very bright leaf color. I'll put some of those out.
And now for something completely different. You can have some banjo.
Just torturing them. It's been 4 hours and we are now officially out of music. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Leaves and a tree.
Leaves and a tree.
And you can come and just pick up some more yellow and just make some super yellow ones to go here and there. It's all good. Now, while you still have your dark green somewhere, all right, get your phthalo and your dark green. You can go ahead. Let me get this up close.
Lori's like, that's the song. That's the song that drives me crazy. All right, I'm going to pull over. Let's see what we can do
I'm
here.
dabbing down. You got on the up close cam?
I'll pull you up there.
Okay, so I'm dabbing. Just while I have my greens already made. Right? I'm dabbing that. And then get one of your lighter greens. And add a little highlight green to what's going on her headdress. A couple of places. And let that...
We'll throw that back in there.
and get your very bright green. And then hit with just a couple dabs of the bright green. A couple places as well. Okay. Now, your very bright green. Your super green.
Super green.
Super green, as Chris Rock would say.
Ruby Rod.
Ruby Rod.
Super green.
Super green. Dude, that was such a cool movie.
Hey, you have your Lilu Dallas multipass right hanging over there.
I know I do. So I'm just going to add some of these highlight colors to the grass that I've got going. Not everywhere, just a couple places to say that there's just a little, maybe a couple leaves here. There's just a little of that going on. No, friends, get your little blue into your burnt sienna, but not too much. Add a little white to it.
Donna's on the big screen. She says, okay, you can start over now. I'm ready to go.
Donna. And draw in some little branches, little vines that you can attach some roses to. Okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Because we need flowers.
Because flowers. Because it's romantic. Because they're in this like idyllic setting with flowers. So gummy, it's not dispensing.
It's almost time again for new paint.
It is, and I'm going to resist it because I feel like resisting it. You don't have to resist it, but your studio is probably not cooking your paint as you paint. Just give yourself some vines. I'm going to switch to my clean water. And I'm going to make a nice light leaf color. Pops from the rest.
Yeah, it's a.
I'm going to add some of these leaves. See, the brighter colors say that these leaves are in front of the other leaves. See? That's what we're just doing. We're just saying that these leaves are brighter and are there. And now we're going to let that dry for a second. I'm going to come over and I'm going to get some just yellow. And I'm going to find a couple places and I'm going to, maybe I'm going to add a little white to my yellow. I'm not going to get just yellow. I'm going to add a little white to my yellow, guys. Actually, I really like my nickel. I'm going to use my Naples. I just... see, there's some yellow flowers
Those are
happening.
really pretty little flowers.
Yeah, maybe little friends back here. And some color back there, far, far away.
What?
Maybe some little yellow ones over here. What?
So, we've with all of the there's been a lot of Fifth Element comments.
Oh,
and
okay.
jokes been going on, and I was like, everyone was commenting, oh, the costumes were so good, this was so good. There's just been a lot of fun chat and so now Ghost is like, I know what I'm watching after the show.
Lilo Dallas Multipass.
Yep. Yeah, Jean-Paul Gaultier was the designer of the or
Yeah.
consult designer on a lot of the costuming and stuff.
Let's see, we put some little flowers out there. All right, so some little flowers have happened in the thing. Now, I'm going to take a small amount of whatever's left of my red. And I might even get into the fluid white again. Just to, uh-oh. Really?
Don't squeeze it.
Really? I'm just going to do this because squeezing
There
it
we
was going to
go.
go badly for me, and I can just needle it out. You can do this heavy body or fluid. It's just a little bit of the red, and I'm going to drop some petals.
There they are.
Just some flowers. Just some roses. And I'm just literally dashing. I'm not even dashing because I'm trying to rush. It's like this is just the loose little flower that I'm painting.
Yeah.
That's all that's happening. See that?
Yeah.
Isn't that lovely?
So, did you do the horse's eyes, or is it behind the?
So he's in shadow.
Ah, the horse's eyes in shadow.
The horse's eye is in shadow.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is.
Guess what?
What?
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Rinse this off. Get some white paint on the brush. Dab
You think?
little dots to her head.
Oh, you have to get the close-up camera up on that.
All right. Guess what? It's done. It's done. We did it. We did it.
Oh my gosh.
Online, live, painted a Raphaelite.
That was
Together.
crazy.
It's all doable. There really isn't a painting that's not doable. It's the only thing between you and a completed painting is layers and time.
Layers.
And seeing paintings like this, and we could even do more layers. We could do 2 more layers after this if we really wanted to tighten it all up.
Let me pull it over just quick so I can show them. Oh, pull that up for them, so you guys can see. There's the finish.
Yeah. When that and this one, and then we got this one here.
Yeah. which is, we have see
Yeah.
both those copies there.
Yeah.
But they
Now we
wanted
have
to see. So
2 copies. Now we have 2 copies.
Well, gosh. So I have to say thanks. We had a whole bunch of moderators that stuck with us. Stephanie and Mona,
Mona,
Bonnie.
thank you.
We have a lot of people who end in E's.
Thank
Jane.
you, Bonnie. Thank you, Jane.
And I know that Mark was out there a lot today.
Thank you,
and
Mark.
Kim Sim.
Thank you,
guys.
Kim Sim.
and Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
We really appreciate all
Did
the
you
help.
guys like this? We won't do this often, but every once in a
they
while we'll
loved
do. If you guys like it and you show up for every once in a while, we'll do a more involved painting.
Yeah.
Just so that there's somewhere you guys can go do this, just in case you need it.
Well, they all love these paintings. They're just telling us how much they appreciate it. how
This
much
is
they love
Valentine's
doing
Day, though, right here. Isn't
Yeah.
it? This is love and romance
Well-
on the next level. Just don't read the poem because that'll ruin it.
I tell you what, it's love that you guys stuck with us for
It was.
4 hours while we painted this.
And this
So,
is actually
thank you.
part of John and I's history. This was in our house.
Yeah, the first house we had built, we had this inlaid.
Mhm.
So it was pretty cool.
So it's meaningful to us, and so
Yeah.
we're sharing that with you, and we love you, and we appreciate your perseverance and confidence in us.
Mm-hmm. We love you guys.
You get some rest.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.